Members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, all following this meeting via social media, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the continuation of public meeting number 14 for today, Monday, April the 20th. At this time, I want to give a special word of welcome to the Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunications, Mrs. Grisha Heiliger Martin, and her support staff here this afternoon. I am going to check the amount that we have of members. I know we definitely have a quorum, but we have now 9 members. And thus we have a quorum for this meeting. That being the case, I invite us all to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. In terms of notices, no, I had received a notice of lateness, but the member is here, so I have no notices prior to this meeting. And of course, we continue with notifications from members of Parliament here on the floor. I see we have the member Roseburg wishing to take the floor for notifications. MP Roseburg, I give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. A blessed afternoon to the Minister of Theatre and the support staff. It's on? Seems on, no? I don't think the mic is on. At least it seems on, but... Hello?
Member
Yes?
Roseburg,
Yeah.
right now? Yes, I think it's on now.
Yeah?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Lady. So blessed afternoon to the Minister of Theatre and the support staff, to my honorable colleagues here today, and to the people of St. Martin tuned in online. I just would like to take this opportunity, Madam Chair, to wish all the family members of the persons that lost their life over the weekend. It's very sad, very unfortunate. Yes, I'm a bit emotional by it. Especially also seeing that one of the young men that lost their life was a former client of mine that was doing very well. So I want to wish his family members as well, Mr. Augustine Moses, much strength. And let's be safe on the road. A lot of accidents are happening. A lot of fights are happening. Let's take care of each other. It's a moment of celebration, a moment of coming together. So let's be each other's keeper. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseburg. I continue with the notifications from members of Parliament present, and I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, honorable colleagues, the Minister, her support staff, and a special good afternoon to the people of St. Martin that are tuned in. Madam Chair, I have 2 points and 1 question towards you. A couple of days ago, well, a week or 2 ago, we had a meeting with the Minister of Vrummy here with Vrummy-related matters. It had to continue after 2 weeks. We're still awaiting that convocation. However, Madam Chair, the damaged road in Sugar Garden that caused the accident with the police officer, with the tourists, and with others unknown to us, I would like to know when will that be repaired, Madam Chair, because they did something, but to me it's worse than before. So again, to be more preventative instead of being reactive, I would like to know if the minister is tuning in or somebody from his staff is tuning in, when will that road be repaired? Madam Chair, if you drive around the island right now, if we adjourn this meeting and drive around the island is filthy. Garbage is all over. You can't miss it. especially now at a time where so many persons are visiting our island. Madam Chair, it's a shame, it's embarrassing. I'm getting messages left, right, and center, and I would like to know when the Minister of Rummy will return to address those pressing matters. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Doran. Note is taken, of course, of your notification as well as your request in terms of the minister returning. He is not scheduled definitely to return this week, but a follow-up would be done in terms of when that will take place. I continue with the notifications, and I give the floor to MP Veronica Janssen-Webster. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good afternoon. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the secretaries, also to our minister visiting today, the Minister of TIAT and her support staff. Madam Chair, I would just like to extend condolences to the family of Kelly Busby and her brother as they mourn the loss of their mother, who just passed away. I also, yes, sorry, yes. So I also remembered that our MP waiver submitted also a notice of lateness, Madam Chair, so I'd like to announce that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Janssen-Webster. I now give the floor to MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Griffier. Good afternoon to the Secretariat. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Economics Affairs, Telecommunication and Transportation. Good afternoon to those in the Tribune, and good afternoon to my honorable colleagues here. Madam Chair, I would like to echo some of the sentiments here. I give my sincere condolences to the bereaved families who have lost someone recently, Madam Chair, and I'd like to also echo the sentiments of my colleague, MP Doran, with regard to the unsanitary situation that our country is in. Madam Chair, I have received, as you know, I'm very public about it, I have posted pictures of how filthy St. Martin is, Madam Chair. And someone mentioned, Madam Chair, and the area that I particularly zoomed in on was in Coal Bay, a place where when tourists land at Simpson Bay, they have to go through. Madam Chair, I understood that the entire island has a sanitation issue. St. Martin government has to make it easier for the people to dispose of their garbage. This is sentiment from a concerned citizen. People also have to help with keeping the island clean. All the local areas on the island is being neglected, and it really looks like a third world country. But the hotel and resorts areas are spotless. This is one of the public messages that is posted on my Facebook page, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I saw since the motion was presented here in Parliament that some type of work was being done with regards to the pavement of Arch Road, which I understood was already signed off by the former government, not the first Messalina cabinet, but the former government before that, the minister, or former minister sitting right here. Madam Chair, I saw the car wrecks that I mentioned on the Illich Road leading to the Bush Road also was being taken up. And one would ask the question, how come it had to take for a motion to be presented, Madam Chair, for work to start to be executing in the Ministry of Rummy? Madam Chair, it is unacceptable. And whether that motion passed or not, Madam Chair, I think the person has to do the honorable thing and resign. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. I continue now, and I give the floor for notifications to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon, Madam Chair Lady. Our Griffier, nice seeing your face again. Minister, her support staff, my fellow colleagues, and all those in the Tribune and watching on social media. Madam Chair Lady, I'd like to lighten the mood a little, and I'm going to start with some positive. It's called the sandwich method. So I'm going to start with some good news, some bad news, and then some good news again. I'll start, Madam Chair Lady, with wishing my daughter, Kyra. Today is her 21st birthday. Wishing her health, a lot of love from Daddy, from Mommy, from Tiff, from David, and all your siblings. We wish you, Granny, Mom, everybody, we wish you a lot of love, a lot of health, and enjoy this day like you never enjoyed it before. Then, Madam Chair Lady, during the budget debate, I mentioned the control on scooters. A motion was passed. The Minister of Justice actively took on the role and started to put control all over. Later down, I mentioned that it makes no sense if we are going to continue letting scooters come on the road without insurance, without number plate, sold to minors. It's like trying to close a pipe with a leak. So that ain't happening. On the 23rd of March, Madam Chair Lady, I sent a letter to both ministers, the Minister of Justice and the Minister of TIAT, asking how far they were with looking into that procedure. I've not heard anything as yet. And last night, we lost another life on a scooter. Condolences to all the families that have continuously lost family members during this period with scooters and motorbikes. But Madam Chair Lady, the government could do something about it. I'd like to see that happen. I'd like to see that happen. I got a picture of a person riding on the main road with an electric scooter, a step on the main road. I've seen people dropping children to school on a scooter with no helmet, running through traffic. So the question is, what are we going to do? Are we going to wait till we got one of those accidents with a child, for a child to lose its life, before we start to do something about it? Madam Chair Lady, they don't do it on the front side. They reach on the front side, on the border, they put on the helmet. So if they could do it over there, they could do it here too. And the reason they don't do it here is because we don't enforce the law. Madam Chair Lady, if you go party on the front side, at no point you're going to think about drinking and driving, because you know 99.9% that the gendarme going to stop you and they're going to deal with you if you're drinking. What is happening on the Dutch side? Everybody driving and drinking. Madam Chair Lady, I'd like the government to pay attention to this. We've lost enough lives. Then, Madam Chair Lady, a very, very fruitful week. A couple of days we've had in Grenada. I saw a couple articles from a few. I truly expected a combined article from everyone together with their findings. But everybody run on it. Cute, but inefficient. So, Madam Chair Lady, I still expect to see that. And there's a lot of work to be done. The Minister of Health, we even got more work for you. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. I now give the floor for notifications to MP Irion. MP Irion, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the greffier. Good afternoon. No? You hearing it? Okay. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, good afternoon to the Minister of TIAT and her support staff. Madam Chair, I would also like to give condolences to the families and friends that lost a loved one during the last few days. I'd like to also echo the sentiments of the last speaker regarding drinking and driving during the holidays. Not saying that that was the case, but also just because we have a long carnival, and let's try our best to be able to enjoy it safely. Madam Chair, also regarding the garbage situation on the island, especially in the District of Kobe, but in addition to that, the district cleaning, I remember that the minister ended the district cleaning contract and did not continue with this, and the island is, and if you look at all the roads, the grass is overgrown, et cetera, et cetera. So can we get an update on what is the plan? You ended the district cleaning, you didn't hire another company, what is the plan? I also understood that the compactor on the dump isn't working either, so the garbage is not being compacted, so we see a lot of flies in the village. What is happening, and why aren't we getting any kind of communication? We have the Minister of TIAT here. I remember during the budget debate, the minister mentioned that garbage bins would have been bought, it was budgeted. It supposedly is on the island, supposedly the Minister of Rummy isn't allowing the Minister of TIAT to execute. Can we get an update on our garbage and sanitary situation? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Noon, and expressing words of condolences to the family and friends of the persons who have lost their lives tragically in traffic over the past couple of days. We have also noticed, or I have also noticed, the strain that is being placed on our law enforcement officers to hold up the law, to keep order in the place. And I just want to ask the entire population, during these festive days of celebrating Carnival on St. Martin, please take personal responsibility for your conduct, for your carrying ons, be it in traffic or otherwise, because it is really quite a task for our law enforcement officers to keep track of everything and everybody. Someone over the weekend, sort of in jest, but I think it's a serious matter, indicated that just maybe we should put a boxing ring in the Carnival village, and persons who are desirous of fighting get in the ring, control the fighting, and take the pressure off of our police officers. And I said it was mentioned in jest, but this is the kind of suggestions that we really have to come to, because persons do not respect themselves, their environment, and the fact that they are on St. Martin. And so again, this statement comes in expressing condolences. It is indeed sad for St. Martin to have lost 3 lives during the past couple of days and in traffic. Condolences to the family and friends. I also want to join my colleagues who have expressed their frustration regarding the cleanliness of this island, and in particular the reference that was made to Coal Bay. In fact, the one place in particular which has been highlighted on social media and also mentioned here, in fact, I have asked privately that that particular location at the garage on the main road, Union Road, that is next to the Sol gas station, that be cleaned up, and hopefully it can be done today. But it's to prove a point, not to say that that's the only place where needed cleaning, but that is really, that was a disgrace and an eyesore to all of us. However, I have also addressed the fact that right across the road, where derelict cars are stationed, and then one of the trunks of these cars is open, and the trunk is being used as a garbage dump. And this is, again, on a main road. Just like we are applying zero tolerance in justice, we're going to have to start to apply it across the board. And derelict cars, especially on the main roads, after one warning should be moved. and if at all possible, for the cost of the person who has them there, because this is really and truly getting out of hand. So I support the members who have highlighted their frustration in these areas, and because I think it warrants that. It warrants the concern of all of us on St. Martin. This place should never be one that is being considered lawless and where persons can do what it is they want to do. And those who feel differently should start to speak out about it. The things that we do not accept, and we usually do not accept on this island, we should speak out against them, regardless to who feels to then come back at us or me or you, because we have spoken out on behalf of St. Martin. And now we continue with this meeting of Parliament. And as I mentioned, we have had the notifications, and before continuing, I just want to mention again that we have a public meeting and interruptions, that I can allow interruptions, and I ask you to abide by the rules for interruptions, brief assertions, specific questions with something that is said, and if you have additional information to contribute to a point. Our acting Secretary General, the one who's assisting in this meeting, Mrs. Anne Groen-Gomes, has indicated you have received a list of the interruptions that you have had, so you know where you are on that list in terms of the amount of interruptions. And with that notice, I go over to the agenda point number 1, which is the United States, China, and related countries trade war and its broader economic implications. The way that we did this meeting in the beginning was that all questions regarding the agenda points were posed to the minister, and I believe that is the way the minister is going to be responding as well to the questions asked. So at this time, with the questions having been posed, the minister is here today to respond to the questions by members of Parliament, and I therefore give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication, Mrs. Grisha Heiliger-Martin, to answer the questions posed by the members of Parliament in the first round. Minister?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you? Yes? It's clear?
Speak again, Minister.
Good afternoon. I don't think so.
The volume is low, but the mic is working.
So I can
So you may continue. I'll see whether that is something because it is a distance from you, or I see where it's going to be looked.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, and I know that in the technical room, they're also looking at that, and
Yes.
we're probably
Should I continue talking?
getting. You hold on first, Minister, as we.
It's good?
It's good,
Okay.
Minister, and you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you. As I was saying before, good afternoon to the Acting Secretary General. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Good afternoon to the honorable members of Parliament, and to those listening and viewing online, good afternoon to you as well. I don't know if I should, given the time, I wanted to maybe make a few statements to what was mentioned earlier. For sure, I would like to echo the sentiments by also giving my heartfelt condolences to those families that lost their loved ones over the weekend, and also regarding the amount of fights that has been going on in the Carnival Village, in the Festival Village for the last week. It has come to both Minister of Justice and I attention that we were even now forced to close the Festival Village a little earlier, right after 3 a.m., the 3 a.m. Show, or if the show ends, I think, an hour after each show ends, it has to be completely closed. And my issue is that we have a small group of people in the community that are literally spoiling it for the rest. And I want the family members of those people to talk to them. We're all here, we want to enjoy ourselves, we want to enjoy Carnival, if it continues like this, it's putting a lot of pressure on KPSM. It's going to be a point in time where Carnival will be celebrated for 1 week. Is that where we want to take it? Carnival is a time for jollification, enjoying ourselves, not fighting. Hold up that amped-up anger. If you're angry, stay home. I'm just being straightforward. Don't spoil it for the rest, because it's going to come to that point. KPSM
cannot take it at this point in time. Luckily, they will be relieved in the next, between the 25th of May to the 25th of April to the 5th of May. We'll have about 25 police officers coming from Aruba, Curacao, and I think Bonaire to assist. I wish we could have had them earlier, but financial constraints doesn't allow that, but we will have reinforcement. But my point is to everyone, please, you know, we all want to enjoy Carnival. The last 2 weeks of Carnival is the pinnacle point time. Let's not spoil it for the rest of the folks that really want to free up themselves and enjoy Carnival. With that, Madam Chair Lady, I'll go straight into the questions posed in the first round on the trade wars. And these questions, we start with questions posed by MP Doran. A little under 20 questions were posed. And the first question is as follows. Has the ministry conducted an assessment on how the ongoing trade tensions between the major economic countries affect the impact of the import costs? Yes, the Ministry of TIAT has been continuously monitoring and assessing global geopolitical developments, including the current tensions involving the United States, Iran, and their potential economic impact on St. Martin. However, it is important to state clearly, St. Martin is a small, open, import-dependent economy, which means that we do not control global prices for fuel, food, or shipping. These are determined on international markets. What we can and are doing are monitoring fuel price movements and shipment costs, engaging directly with importers, wholesalers, and distributors, tracking inflation through collaboration with Stats and CB and Central Bank, identifying pressure points in the supply chain early. So yes, assessments are ongoing, not as a one-time exercise, but as a continuous monitoring process to inform timely policy responses. Next question. Concrete results of March 2025, April 25 compared to March and April 2026 after war in Iran. The ministry, in collaboration with the Department of Statistics and Central Bank of St. Martin, has reviewed comparative trends between March, April 2025 and March, April 2026. Due to that data shows that the import cost pressures has increased, particularly since escalations of tensions in the Middle East, and primarily drivers are the high global oil prices, the increased shipping and freight costs, and rising insurance premiums for cargo and shipping routes. It is critical to clarify that these are not caused by domestic policies, nor by tariff imposed by St. Martin, but by external global disruptions. From the inflation standpoint, we are seeing moderate but noticeably upward pressure, especially in food, transportation, utility, linked to fuel costs, and construction. At this stage, the projections do not indicate a crisis, but they do signal a need for vigilance and preparedness. From a tourism perspective, global uncertainty can travel behavior. However, St. Martin continues to perform relatively strong due to its positioning and ongoing marketing efforts. We continue to monitor the airlift capacity and the cruise deployment and the booking patterns, which are still positive to date. So the tourism sector as a main pillar of the economy remains sensitive to global economic uncertainty, but changes in consumer confidence and spending patterns in key source markets may influence visitor demand. But the ministry is therefore closely monitoring tourism indicators, including airlift and all of that as well. And so far, we are still in a positive trajectory. Can the minister indicate which product the ministry believe are most vulnerable to the price increase and the current global environment? The most vulnerable and affected product categories are fuel and energy-related products, and these are the most critical, and they have a direct and indirect impact on all sectors of the economy. Then you have the food products with high import dependencies, including grains, dairy, poultry. These are particularly sensitive to global supply chain exposure. Then you have construction materials, including cement, steel, lumber. These are affected by both shipping costs and global demand shifts. And then lastly, you have consumer goods dependent on long supply chains. So general retail items are also experiencing incremental cost increases due to the logistics disruptions. And these increases are gradually being passed through to consumers, contributing to a cost of living pressures as we are seeing. Has the ministry engaged with the private sector to see if the prices have begun to rise in terms of the import costs? Yes, the ministry maintains an ongoing and direct engagement with key private sector stakeholders. This includes shipping agents and logistic providers, imports and wholesalers, retail sector representatives, utility companies, Chamber of Commerce, and business associations. And through these engagements, we are receiving real-time feedback from the market, not assumptions. The consistent feedback is that freight and logistic costs have increased incrementally. There are early signs of pressure linked to fuel prices and global shipping routes, and businesses are becoming more cautious in pricing and inventory management. This engagement is critical because it allows government to disruptions early, validate the data beyond statistics, and understand how global developments are translating into real costs on the ground. So to be clear, we are not waiting for the problem to escalate. We're actively tracking it and with those directly involved in the supply chain. Has the ministry conducted any scenario planning on how the global trade tension could affect inflation on the overall cost of living of St. Martin? Yes, scenario planning in an active and ongoing component of the ministry is an ongoing component of the ministry's work. We are not operating in a reactive mode. We are anticipating potential impacts based on global developments, including the current geopolitical tension. The ministry utilizes an integral monitoring and analysis framework, which includes consumer price index, the CPI, from data from stats, fuel pricing tracking and international oil trends, shipping and freight cost indicators, tourism performance data, airlift, arrival spending patterns, and regional and international economic forecasts, including central bank and the multilateral institution. This then also distinguishes between short-term price fluctuation and long-term price inflationary trends. So identify which sectors are most at risk and prepare policy options where intervention is feasible. So the current scenario assessment indicates that moderate inflationary pressure, particularly driven by fuel and logistics, and that there's a potential ripple effect into food prices, utilities, and transportation. However, it is important that we are not seeing indicators of an uncontrolled inflation scenario at this point in time. What impact can it have in housing commitment of projects and even regular public infrastructure? So rising costs of construction materials are already placing upward pressure on the housing affordability and the broader development. The expected impact includes increased costs of residential construction and can affect affordability for our people, delays on scaling back of private sector and development projects, higher costs for public infrastructure works, including roads and capital projects. And this means we must then continuously review project cost estimates, prioritize projects based on national need, and mitigate fiscal risk to avoid unnecessary delays. Again, these pressures are driven by global supply chains and pricing, not domestic policies, but we are actively adjusting our planning to manage the impact. How does the ministry monitor the monitoring platform to keep track of global sector development? The ministry through a real-time engagement and structural economic monitoring tool. On the ground, we maintain continuous engagement with shipping agents, importers and wholesalers, retailers, utility provider, and the commerce. And in addition, the ministry utilizes a forecasting economic model managed under the agreement of Calmera BV. This model integrates economic indicators, tourism performance data, and trade and consumer patterns. It allows us to generate forward-looking projections on key indications such as GDP and inflation. So our monitoring is not passive. It is a combination of marketing intelligence, stakeholder input, and data-driven forecasting. Is the minister open to establishing a small economic platform for stakeholders? Yes, we're open to that. In fact, the ministry already maintains regular and direct communication with stakeholders, both formally and informally. Involvement of someone from the social affairs, is the minister open to that? Yes, I fully support the involvement of social affairs. Economic development, especially those affecting the living, have direct social implications. A coordinated approach between TIAT and social affairs ensures that economic monitoring is aligned with social impact assessment and policy balance between economic and social realities. This is not just beneficial, but of course it is necessary, so I agree with that suggestion. And has the ministry assessed economic uncertainty in major markets and could eventually influence, has the ministry assessed economic uncertainty in major markets that could eventually influence visitors' behavior in St. Martin? Yes, this is a key area of focus. Global developments such as current conflict can influence tourism in both directions. So potential negative impact could be that global uncertainty may reduce overall travel demand and may become more conscious in discretionary spending. Potential positive impact, travelers may shift away from regions perceived as unstable, which is what is happening right now. And the Caribbean, including St. Martin, can benefit as a safe and attractive alternative destination. At this point, current projections suggest a balanced to slightly positive outlook by our strong position in the region. Tourism monitoring framework to remain responsive. The ministry tracks the key indicators on a continuous basis, again, including airline, aviation, global consumers, and regional and South America travel demand. So next question. What steps is the government taking to make sure St. Martin stays competitive and attractive during certain global economic periods? The ministry is implementing a multi-layered strategy to maintain and strengthen the competitiveness. So we want to first protect and stabilize airlift through close coordination with airlines and PGIA, where necessary targeted marketing support. Strengthen regional connectivity. Regional markets provide stability when long-haul demand fluctuates, and Winair is doing an excellent job. Reinforce destination positioning. We continue to market St. Martin as a safe, accessible, and culturally rich destination while expanding into South America and the Caribbean markets. Strengthen public-private coordination, so a continuous dialogue with hotels, airlines, cruise partners, tourism stakeholders, and ensure coordination responses. And most importantly, diversify tourism markets, so reducing dependencies on traditional markets by expanding into emerging such as Brazil, Colombia, and the wider Caribbean, and more, but I'll leave that for a next time. Has the ministry reviewed whether basket of goods are being monitored accurately and if it reflects the household of St. Martin today? The accuracy of the basket of goods is directly linked to the household budget survey conducted by the Department of Stats, which is responsible for determining household consumption patterns and compiling the Consumer Price Index. The most recent household budget survey was conducted in 2015, and a planned updated one was supposed to happen in 2020 was what was unfortunately delayed because of the pandemic, followed by a national priorities, including the execution of the 2022 census. However, progress is now being made. STAT has requested a necessary budget allocation, and the next household budget survey is targeted for the third quarter of 2026. This update is critical as it will reflect current household spending patterns, ensure that inflation measures are aligned with today's cost of living reality, strengthen the basis for poverty analysis and evidence-based policy making. It is also important to clearly distinguish institutional roles. The maintenance of the basket of goods, including price collection and CPI calculation, falls under the mandate of STAT as the country's official statistical authority. In parallel, the Inspectorate of Economic and Transportation, IATA, through its control function, provides complementary real-time market intelligence by monitoring price behavior in the field and maintaining direct engagement with retailers, wholesalers, and importers. This allows government to stay informed between formal statistical reporting periods. Additionally, government has established a minimum regulation under the Prijzenverordening, which sets maximum prices for approximately 70 essential commodities. While this is something informally referred to as the basket, it serves as a different and very specific purpose: direct consumer protection through price regulation. Taken together, these mechanisms ensure that government is not only cost of living developments, but is also equipped to respond where necessary to protect consumers and maintain the market stability. In the consideration strengthening the monitoring of the basket of goods so that price changes can be identified early? Or is there consideration of strengthening the monitoring of a basket of goods so that the price changes are identified early and communicated to the public? Yes, monitoring the basket of goods is already an ongoing structured process carried by the Department of Stats. Stats conduct regular price collection across selected outlets, continuously track price movements, and compiles this data into the CPI. These publications provide valuable insight into inflation trends and price developments across key expenditure categories. At the same time, it is important to distinguish between formal statistical monitoring and real-time market observation. While stats provide methodologically consistent measurements, the ministry, through the Inspectorate of IATA, complement this with a field-level intelligence. So through the economic control function, IATA maintains direct engagement with retailers, I mentioned before, wholesalers, and so on. Next question. Is the ministry exploring whether the basket of goods analysis can be used more proactively to guide the policy responses when essential items increase suddenly? The basket of good analysis plays a critical role as a statistical foundation primarily used to calculate the inflation through the CPI. That said, its value goes beyond measurement. The data provides insight into price movement of essential goods and services, basis of understanding cost of living, and evidence to inform policy discussions and potential interventions. However, it is important to be transparent about its limitation. CPI data is published quarterly, not in real time, and it reflects trends over a period rather than immediate price shocks. Because of this, the ministry does not rely on CPI alone. We complement it with direct engagement with retailers and wholesalers, as mentioned before, monitoring of fuel and shipping costs, and real-time feedback from the private sector. This combination approach allows us to identify sudden price increase earlier, assess whether changes are temporary or structural, consider appropriate responses where interventions is feasible. So yes, the data is being used more proactively, but also as part of a broader monitoring framework, not in isolation. What is the currently single greatest economic vulnerability for St. Martin in context of shifting global dynamics, and what steps are government taking and can provide? The single greatest economic vulnerability of St. Martin is clear: our high dependency on external forces. This includes heavy reliance on tourism as the primary economic driver and strong dependence on import goods for food and energy. This combination means that we are highly exposed to global economic slowdown, geopolitical conflicts, rising fuels and shipping costs, and climate-related disruptions. These are the factors we do not control, but which directly impact our economic cost of living. In closing, Madam Chair Lady, the Honorable Member of Parliament closed and made a statement in which he emphasized that with great power comes great responsibility, and expressed concern that while global developments are unfolding, we must not lose sight of the challenges here at home, particularly the rise of poverty, crime, and unemployment. He further underscored that crime affects us all and conveyed his expectation that these issues should be taken seriously, noting that the state of the economy rests on the shoulders of The Ministry of TIAT. I want to thank through you, Madam Chair, Lady, the honorable member for his, the honorable MP for his remark, MP Doran for his remark, because at its core, I agree with the principle he has raised. With responsibility comes accountability, and I fully recognize the weight of the role I carry as the Minister of TIAT. But I must also bring clarity and balance to this discussion. The economy does not exist in isolation within one ministry. Issues such as crime, poverty, and unemployment and multidimensional challenges require coordinated action across justice, VSA, VRAMI, finance, and indeed TIAT. So while I accept my responsibility for the economic framework, business climate, and tourism development, it would not be an accurate or responsible to suggest that the entire economic reality of this country rests in the hands of this one ministry alone. Next, I move on to questions posed by MP York. I think about 5 questions. Minister, with regards to the, thank you. I made it into an acronym. Minister, with regards to the Caribbean island need to work together, if decentralizing tourism across tourism, should we also not consider economic strength? Okay. I agree with the honorable member of the MP that regional cooperation must go beyond tourism and also consider economic strength and complementaries across the Caribbean islands. This is already part of our approach. The ministry maintains an active engagement with regional partners, not only on tourism, but also on air connectivity, trade and supply chain, and economic positioning. The reality is that each island has a distinct strength, whether it's logistics, agriculture, financial services, or tourism. There is a value in leveraging these collectivity rather than operating in isolation. Leveraging these collectively rather than operating in isolation. So yes, the conversation is not just about decentralizing tourism, it is about strengthening regional and economic resilience through collaboration. Is it the reality, is it really an island problem or vulnerability as global prices rise? Are there conversations taking place regionally to combat the problem? This is not an island-specific problem. It is a global shock with regional implications, particularly for small import-dependent economies like ours. Across the Caribbean, countries are facing rise in fuel costs, increased shipping logistics expenses, and inflationary pressures on essential goods. At the regional level, discussions are ongoing through Caribbean Policy Forum, monetary and economic cooperation platforms, and engagement between governments and regional institutions. These conversations focus on information sharing, coordinating response where possible, and identifying collective mitigations and strategy. However, it must also be acknowledged that each country ultimately has its own fiscal and policy constraints, so response may differ. What is the opinion of my personal view into the problem to mitigate the situation? Mitigating the impact of global shocks require a balanced, responsible approach. There is no single solution. The focus must be on strengthening supply resilience. It's still not close? You can't hear me? It's too low, so I have to get closer? On the side like this? Hello? Better? Much better? You can move the entire piece a little bit closer to you. Yes? Yes? So they're not hearing it online? Sorry about that. Okay. Okay. Hello, hello, better? Yes? I can feel, yeah, I can feel like it's better. Okay, so the focus must be on strengthening supply resilience, promoting energy efficiency, and, yeah, much better, and conversation, supporting vulnerable groups in a target manner, avoiding measures that may destabilize public finance or critical utilities. And at the same time, we must keep our focus on long-term structural improvements, including economic diversification, renewable energy development, and reducing import dependency where feasible. This is not just about managing today's pressure, it's about reducing future vulnerabilities. The Cabinet and government is monitoring, and what can government, or what has government been doing? What will happen? As we know, gas and GB prices will go up. Public needs to make some decisions, and the relief measures need to come also. Government is actively monitoring development at all levels, global, regional, and local, and assessing their impact on the cost of living. We are fully aware of the concerns related to fuel price, electricity costs, and overall household expenses. In several measures in response, several measures are being considered and evaluated, including target relief measures, particularly for seniors and the vulnerable groups, phased or managed adjustments to avoid sudden shocks to household, reviewing elements of maximum price framework where appropriate, continued dialogue with key stakeholders such as GEBE and SALT to assess how much cost absorption is possible within the system, exploration of temporary fiscal measures such as adjustments to excise taxes in the coordination with Ministry of Finance, and strengthening public awareness, encouraging energy conservation and informed consumer behavior. However, Madam Chair, Lady, it is important to be clear, not all increases can be prevented because they are driven by global market forces. What government can do is manage the impact, protect the most vulnerable, and ensure stability in the system. Next question. This is a global shock, not the first global shock. What was monitored? What was monitored? What are the learning moments? Certain things and not to be reactive. Sorry about the question not being clear. This indeed is not the first global shock we have faced, and there are important lessons we have learned. The key lessons include the importance of early and continuous monitoring, need for data-driven decision-making rather than reactive responses, and the value of strong interministerial coordination because these challenges cut across multiple sectors, and the importance of having prepared policy options rather than developing them in crisis mode. Rather, perhaps most importantly, we have learned that resilience must be built before a crisis, not during one. That is why government continues to focus on strengthening the institutional capacity, improving the coordination, and building long-term economic resilience. Through you, Madam Chair Lely, I would like to state in closing to the questions posed by MPR, global shocks will continue to occur, and this is the reality of the world we operate in. And the question is not whether we can prevent them. We cannot. The question is whether we are prepared, coordinated, and realistic in our response. And that is where this government is focused on, not on short-term reactions, but on steady, responsible management and long-term resilience. Next, I move on to questions posed by MP Irion. The Honourable Member of Parliament started out by expressing his disappointment with the presentation, indicated that it did not provide sufficient concrete solution, and he noted that a call to action should not be framed in terms of what government may do, but rather what government will do. He further indicated that given that I have been in this position for over a year, that there should already be a clear defined measures in place to respond to crises such as global conflicts and tariff-related pressures. Additionally, MP expressed concerns that the general public may not fully understand what mitigations measures government intends to implement, and suggests that the stronger emphasis should be placed on actions such as supporting local production and keeping money circulating within the economy. Madam Chair Lady, I appreciate the Honorable MP's comments, MP Irion, because they highlighted an important expectation: clarity, decisiveness, and reassurance to the public. However, I believe it is equally important that we distinguish between what can be promised and what can be responsibly delivered. When this ministry speaks about monitoring, it is not a passive observation. It is an action, structured, and continuous process, which includes weekly and ongoing engagement with importers, wholesalers, and retailers to track real price movements, direct coordination with utilities and food providers to assess cost changing and projection, analysis of fuel prices, shipping rates, and global supply chain indicators, use of economic data, including CPI and sector performance, to identify trend, monitoring leads directly to decision points. So when we identify sustained increase of our risk, we act through targeted intervention where feasible, stakeholder negotiations to reduce or delay cost pass-through, and policy adjustments within the limits of our legal and fiscal framework. So monitoring is not the end. It is triggered for action. And let me be clear, Madam Chair Lady, on what the government is doing and not what we may do. We are actively engaging utilities and fuel providers to assess how increases can manage and be partially absorbed. We are evaluating targeted support mechanism for vulnerable groups, particularly where cost of living pressures are highest. We are reviewing consumer protection tools, including the maximum price framework, to ensure they remain effective. We are working on the Ministry of Finance on fiscal options, including temporary relief mechanism where feasible. And we are strengthening public communication so that households understand both the challenges and how to respond. These are not hypothetical. They are ongoing actions. Madam Chair Lady, the Honorable MP points out on supporting local production as is well taken, what he mentioned. And yes, keeping money circulating within the local economy, of course, is important. However, we must be honest with our people. St. Martin's capacity for local production is still limited. We do not produce fuel, we do not produce most of our food, and we do not manufacture most construction materials. So while we continue to support local agriculture and small business development, encourage local consumers where possible, this cannot on its own offset the impact of global price increases. The Honorable MP is correct in one respect. People want certainty. But leadership also requires that we do not create false certainty. We cannot stand here and say we will stop fuel prices from rising. We will prevent global inflation from reaching our shores, because that would be not truthful. What we can say and stand firmly behind is we will monitor actively and act early. We will protect the most vulnerable where possible, and we will engage stakeholders to manage impact. And we will continue to build a more resilient and less vulnerable economy over time. That cannot happen in a week, in a month, in 2 years. It takes time. This is not a situation where one single measure will resolve this issue. It requires continuous management, responsible decision-making, and realistic expectations. So while I understand the call for a definitive statement, I will also choose to present solutions that are responsible and sustainable rather than promise that cannot be delivered. That is the approach this government is taking, not just to respond to this crisis, but to strengthen St. Martin for the future. When the GDP is high, questioned by the MP Irion, when the GDP is high, demand is up. But low inflation means that things are slow. So what are we going to do? The latest available data shows strong GDP growth along relatively moderate inflation. This indicates that the economy is growing, but the benefits are not yet fully reaching every household. This is not a moment to slow down the economy. It is a moment to strengthen and broaden it.
Minister, with your indulgence, I will allow MP Irion to make an interruption. MP Irion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in listening to the minister's comments, I think the minister is basically emphasizing my point of government not coming with solutions. The minister is clearly indicating.
Is your mic on? Sorry, MP.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. Also, I realize that the mics are on because if you listen to it on the radio or YouTube, you hear it, but inside the room, you don't hear it. So something's wrong with our room, but on outside, people are hearing it.
Noted. You may continue with your interruption.
Yes, Madam Chair. So in the presentation from the minister has consistently mentioned that the government is monitoring. Yes, I agree with that. But the minister has also mentioned that the government always monitors, but that's not a solution, right? That's an active control. The minister also mentioned targeted support for the vulnerable. What we as members of parliament and the public want to hear is, what is this targeted support, right? So what are the solutions for the, based on the impact of the monitoring? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion. Minister, you may continue and, if possible, address the interruption raised by MP Irion. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I will just continue responding to my answers to the questions posed by the Member of Parliament. Hopefully the answer will be in there as I continue. So this is not a moment to slow down the economy. It is a moment to strengthen and broaden it. And our focus is on 5 clear actions. Invest in infrastructure to reduce long-term costs and improve competitiveness. Increase productivity skills so growth translates into higher income. Support small businesses and diversify the economy, reducing dependencies on a single sector. And lower structural costs, including energy, logistics, and telecom. Maintain the fiscal discipline while ensuring targeted support for vulnerable groups. The objective is simple: turn economic growth into real, tangible benefits for the people of St. Martin. What is the policy to keep inflation down? So the latest available data shows strong GDP growth alongside relatively moderate inflation, as mentioned before. So this indicates that the economy is growing, but the benefits are not fully reaching the household. I think I said this already, but anyway. This is not a moment to, no, I'm repeating it, sorry. Next question. Audit Chamber report about the Statistics Department and the Central Bank and audit. It is important to clarify that the Audit Chamber report does not conclude that the stats data was unreliable. I think it was mentioned by the MP that he read that it was unreliable, or concluded that the article stated that it was unreliable. What a report examines is the environment in which the official statistics are produced, including operational and institutional challenges such as survey fatigue among the households and businesses, and capacity constraints and data collection limitation. These are well-known issues in small statistical systems and do not invalidate the data itself. Equally important is that the joint clarification each issued by STAT and the General Audit Chamber on April 2nd, 2026, in that release, both institutions emphasized that the audit did not test, validate, or verify the accuracy of STAT's published figures. The review focused on staffing, governance, documentation, and data sharing arrangements, not the reliability of the statistics output. STAT continues to use international recognized methodologies, including sampling, weighting, and estimation and validation techniques. And these methods are aligned with international standards and supported through cooperations with institutions such as CARTAC and Statistics Netherlands. STATS remains committed on the UN fundamental principles of official statistics, ensuring professionalism and impartiality and scientific rigor. So therefore, the audit identifies areas where the statistical system can be strengthened but it does not state that stats official statistics are inaccurate or unreliable. The credibility of the data used for policy and analysis remains intact. Then I have MP Kotai, who had no questions, but wanted to, I guess, no questions posed. And then I move over to questions by MP La Vega. I think a question. And the question is, will the ministry consult with NVGEBE to understand how GEBE see this affecting their pricing and increase of electricity price? And in the increase of electricity price, does GEBE see the price spiking by 10 to 15%? And has government has a responsibility to give clear path, but also check with stakeholders to get an idea of what they, the food suppliers and the shipping companies. So how can, the question by the MP is, how can we be more proactive in these situations? The MP is asking regarding GEBE. So being proactive is not only about monitoring short-term price movements, it is also about reducing our long-term exposure to global fuel volatility. That is why the ministry is prioritizing the energy transition as a core part of our economic strategy. St. Martin's electricity prices are heavily influenced by the global oil markets. As long as we remain dependent on imported fuel, we will always be vulnerable to geopolitical shocks, trade tensions, and supply chain disruptions. In the short term, we will continue to engage GEBE on project fuel clause impacts, coordinate with importers, food suppliers, and shipping companies, and monitor global fuel and freight indicators. But in the long term, the real solution is clear. We must transition toward a more effective, diversified, and sustainable energy system. Every step we take toward energy efficiency and renewable generation reduces our exposure to the very global shocks we are discussing today. So government is committed to this path, and we will continue working with GEBE and the private sector and regional and kingdom partners to accelerate this transition responsibly. Next, I have two questions posed by MP Janssen Webster. If the ministry has a task force, and if GEBE and SOL is included in that task force, GEBE and SOL are consulted on a regular basis, but not included in the task force. The cooperation in the region, as other islands will also be impacted. The trend of the Caribbean, next question by MP Janssen, Webster Janssen, will be seen and felt. MP is asking how they are going to solve the problem, possibly of bunkering and fuel imports to a minimum price. So regarding this question, we would like to look at joint procurement, shared storage, regional negotiations with suppliers. This includes with Aruba, Curacao, and the Best Islands and Saint Martin on French side, and other Caribbean islands. We would have to look at price stabilization mechanisms, strategic reserves, supplier diversification, regional purchasing agreement, and tax adjustments, and energy transition timelines. Most islands import fuel from the same suppliers. Shipping costs rise and fall together, while refinery disruptions are affects everyone. So currency fluctuation hits small economies harder, so I can strongly suggest that the Central Bank of Curacao and St. Martin remains currency with, sorry, this, sorry? Yes?
No, it does affect it, but it's okay.
Okay, so I'll disregard our last sentence. Next question is Next question by MP Roseberg. She only had comments, so we move over to the last question, I think. No, MP Otley, who had a few questions, I think a little under 10 questions. Can the minister confirm whether goods originated from St. Martin are currently subject to 10% baseline tariffs imposed by the USA? Based on the current information available, the United States has indeed introduced a baseline tariff framework as part of a broader trade policy adjustment in April 2025. St. Martin is not individually targeted, but may fall within the scope of measures applied to certain jurisdictions without specific bilateral trade arrangements. However, it is important to clarify, St. Martin's direct exports of goods to the U.S. are limited. Therefore, any direct impact of such tariffs on our export sector is minimal. Is St. Martin formally listed as a jurisdiction subject for this? And when were they notified? St. Martin is not specifically singled out through a bilateral notification process. Rather, any applicable, anything that arises from the general application of the U.S. trade measures following the announcement in the early April 2025. Nothing was announced there. And as a non-sovereign jurisdiction within the kingdom, trade-related developments are typically communicated through broader international and kingdom-level channels rather than through the direct bilateral notification to St. Martin. Has the minister conducted an assessment of a specific good exported from St. Martin to the U.S. that can be affected by this 10% tariff? At this stage, no detailed product-level impact assessment has been prioritized for a very little practical reason. St. Martin's exports of goods to the U.S. are negligible in both volume and value, and as such, the direct economic exposure is minimum. So our focus has therefore been placed on the indirect effects, which are far more relevant to our economy. Has the ministry evaluated whether these tariffs could directly or indirectly affect the cost of the construction materials and retail goods, etc.? Yes, indirectly. While the tariffs do not significantly affect our exports, they can influence global U.S. market pricing, which in turn affects us because many goods we import are sourced routed from the U.S., and increased costs within the U.S. supply chain can be passed on through pricing and logistics. So this is particularly relevant for construction materials, retail goods, and consumer products with U.S. supply chain links. So the impact is not direct, but it is real through cost transmission mechanism. Will the minister commit to presenting to Parliament a detailed strategy outlining how government intends to ensure such? Yes, I'm committed to keeping Parliament informed on mitigation measures and policy direction. However, it is important to note that any comprehensive strategy must be coordinated across multiple ministries, including finance and VSR, informed by ongoing stakeholders' engagement, aligned with involving international development. This is not a static issue, and therefore the response must be dynamic and evidence-based. So Parliament will be updated as measures are further developed and refined. What is the tariff structure for GEBE? Was the tariff structure for GEBE received? No, government has yet to receive a complete tariff structure from GEBE, and I want to clarify something important for the public record as well. Under Article 12(4) of the Electricity Concession Ordinance, the minister has the authority to approve a tariff structure, but that does not mean that the minister can just invent a tariff structure. A lawful tariff must be based on verified cost data, fuel consumption and efficiency data, non-revenue electricity levels, maintenance and depreciation schedules, and a transparent fuel clause formula. Only the concession holder, GEBE, has access to that operational and financial information. GEBE cannot responsibly set tariffs without it. In a letter submitted by GEBE indicates that the tariff study is still under internal review by the Supervisory Board. What we received was a high-level outline, not the tariff structure itself. So government's approach is therefore the responsible one. GEBE must submit a complete, transparent, and cost-justified tariff proposal. Government will verify the data through the competent authority, which is BTP, and only after the verification can a lawful tariff be approved. So this ensures two things. GEBE remains financially stable and able to provide reliable services, and consumers are protected from unjustified or discriminatory charges. So government will not bypass the legal process. We will set tariffs based on assumptions or incomplete information. We will not set tariffs based on assumptions or incomplete information. We will set tariffs based on law, data, and transparency as the ordinance requires. Lastly, the Honourable Member of Parliament raised concerns regarding the rising cost of living, particularly in GEBE electricity bills and rising fuel prices, which he notes are inevitable. He requested a comparison of the cost of the goods between 2024 and 2026 and emphasized the importance of CPI as it relates to a minimum wage adjustment. The member further expressed the view that CPI may not fully reflect the lived reality of the people, using the analogy that if someone is drowning and raising them slightly while the water continues to rise does not change the situation. He also referenced the regulatory role of the Ministry of TIAT in relations to GEBE tariffs, indicating that government should take a more direct position in determining rates and questioned whether sufficient action is being taken to protect the public. Madam Chair, Lady, I understand the concerns being raised by MP Otley, and I believe it is important that we address this matter with clarity, facts, and responsibility. Cost of living and CPI 2024 to 2026, which I can only provide, obviously, 2024 to 2025. The data shows that in 2024, inflation was at 3.61%, and 2025 inflation at 0.92%. And data is still, of course, being compiled for 2026. This means prices increase significantly in 2024, continue to rise in 2025, but at a slower pace, and they have not gone down. So I agree with the Honourable Member of Parliament on one point. For many households, the pressure is still being felt. However, CPI is not designed to measure individual hardship. It measures overall price trends across the economy. It remains an important tool, but it also must be complemented with real-time monitoring and policy judgment. On minimum wage and drowning analyses that the MP gave, Madam Chair, Lady, the analogy used by the MP reflects a real concern, but it also highlights the complexity of the issue. If we increase wages without addressing productivity, business capacity, and structural costs, we risk increasing in unemployment, driving further prices increases, and creating a cycle where cost continues to rise. So the solution cannot be wages alone. It must be a balanced economic approach. And then regarding the GB tariff government's role, let me be clear through you, Madam Chair, Lady, on that point. Yes, the Ministry of TIAT has the regulatory responsibility regarding tariffs, but that responsibility must be exercised based on verified data, financial transparency, and legal compliance. And this is precisely why, earlier this year, this ministry formally instructed GEBE to submit a complete and justified tariff structure in line with its concession obligation. We cannot responsibly set or approve tariffs without full visibility into GEBE's cost structure, without understanding the operational efficiencies and losses, and without ensuring that efficiencies are not passed on to the consumers. To do otherwise would not protect the people. It would risk embedding higher costs without accountability. And then, Madam Chair, Lady, before any tariff adjustments are considered, the ministry is assessing GEBE's financial and operational data, ensuring compliance with the legal and regulatory framework, working towards stronger, thank you, Madam Chair, Lady, thank you. Working towards stronger independent regulatory oversight and engaging stakeholders to ensure transparency. So this is not a delay, this is just due diligence, because the key question is not what should the tariff be, but is the tariff justified? The government's role is to balance consumer protection, utility sustainability, and economic sustainability. We are monitoring the cost of living, exploring the target support mechanism, and ensuring that decisions are data-driven and legally sound. So, Madam Chair, Lady, to understand the urgency, I understand the urgency that the MP has. I understand the pressure the households are facing, but I will not stand here and make a decision that are not grounded in facts, because in the long term, or in the long run, that does not protect the people. It exposes them. And what we're doing is ensuring that any decision on tariff is justified and any increases is necessary, not avoidable, and that the burden on the people is minimized, not blindly passed through, and that is what we call responsible governance. Then I move on to questions posed by MP Lewis. What is the minister's tangible plan to safeguard our economy and the livelihood of the people? Is there a plan? When will it be executed? Madam Chair Lady, safeguarding our economy and the livelihood of our people is not something that begins at the end of an assessment. It is an ongoing responsibility, and actions are already underway. The ministry is operating on 3 parallel tracks. Immediate actions, what's happening right now, already underway. Continuous engagement with importers, utilities, and key stakeholders. Real-time monitoring of fuel, shipping, and price development. Assessing target support options for vulnerable groups, and active regulatory engagement with entities such as GEBE and SOL to ensure transparency and accountability. Short-term measures are reviewing consumer protection tools, including pricing mechanism, coordinating with the Ministry of Finance on feasible fiscal responses, and strengthening public communication and guidance. Mid-term to long-term strategy, which is already in motion, Madam Chair Lady, reducing structural costs, including energy and logistics, supporting small businesses and economic diversification, advancing food security through agriculture initiative, including support for local farmers through financing and technical assistance, promotion of modern methods such as hydroponics and controlled environments, encouraging backyard community-based production where feasible, reducing long-term dependencies on import-export, and strengthening resilience shocks, which is going to be soon done through the ALF agency. Madam Chair Lady, to answer the Honourable Member of Parliament Lewis directly, there is no single moment where a plan begins. We're already executing while continuing to refine and strengthen our approach as global developments evolve. A more comprehensive and structural framework will be presented to Parliament as these measures are further developed. The MP asked, through you, Madam Chair Lady, do you feel productive? Yes, through you, Madam Chair Lady, without a doubt. This ministry is not only active, it is delivering results, addressing complex challenges and moving key priorities forward despite global pressures. Next question. MP asks, do you feel as if you're working effectively for our people? Answer to that question, effectiveness must be measured not only by what is immediately visible, but by the quality of decisions being made and the direction in which the country is being guided. I assumed office during a period of economic strain and global uncertainty. In such an environment, results are not always instant. But the work being done is critical to stabilizing and strengthening the foundation of our economy. I'm fully aware some feel progress is not fast enough. Others recognize the level of activities, engagement, and directions being taken, and many are waiting to see tangible outcomes. And that is fair, and that is the reality, and I acknowledge that. What I can say, and with certainty, is that with the resources available and with the support of the TIAT departments, we are working actively, responsibly, and with a clear purpose. And yes, with the greater resources, more should come, with greater resources, more could be accelerated. But even within current constraints, the work is being done and progress is being built. The next question posed by MP Lewis, can we trust the minister to work for our people? Yes. And that trust is not based on statements. It's based on decisions, actions, and accountability. I am fully aware that not everything being done is immediately visible to the public. But responsible governance is not about rushing decisions for appearance. It's about getting them right. I will not make promises that cannot be sustained, take decisions without the necessary data, or shift burdens onto the people without justification. What I will do is act based on facts, protect long-term sustainability of this country, and ensure that every decision taken is in the best interest of our people. Madam Chair Lady, results take time, but responsibility is immediate, and I carry that responsibility every day. So yes, this country can trust that the work is being done, whether it is visible or in the moment or not. Final question posed by MP La Cruz. What is your plan, Minister? Just to hear and see a plan in writing, where can we discuss the plan? To think along with the Minister, we expect a plan, control, food prices, gas pumps, and has been checked, etc. Madam Chair Lady, the Member of Parliament is asking for a plan. And throughout this session, that plan has already been clearly outlined. We have addressed cost of living pressures and how they are being monitored and managed. Engage with utility importers and stakeholders, consumer protection and consumer protection mechanism, including price oversight, target support consideration for vulnerable groups, and the importance of acting responsible, not reckless, in a global crisis. So the plan is not absent, the plan is active, and it is already being executed. Madam Chair Lady, because we understand our vulnerability as a small import-dependent economy, and our focus is not denial, it is resilience, and it is strategic adaptation. That is why government is focused on strengthening and diversifying the economy, expanding tourism markets while maintaining our core ones, improving regional connection to stabilize demand, driving digital transformation to reduce costs and increase efficiency, and advancing food security so that we can reduce long-term dependency on import. Madam Chair Lady, the difference between a promise and a plan is execution, and this government is already executing. With that, I yield the floor, Madam Chair Lady, and look forward to any clarifications a Member of Parliament may have in this first round.
Thank you, Minister, for those responses. Members of Parliament, of course, now you have the opportunity for clarifications. Given how we have structured this meeting with allowing members of Parliament to ask questions on all the agenda points, the relevant agenda points for the Minister, I want to ask you to make use of the clarification round for clarifications themselves, and leave any new questions for your second round, which you have for every agenda point, of course, just to make sure that we can continue. Because if we get clarification requests that are actually new questions and the Minister has to go back and then come back, then we kind of stall the meeting going forward. Just a kind suggestion to all of you to take into account while dealing with clarifications. But we are at clarifications. I see MP Doran is your request for the floor on clarifications, or that was something earlier? That is clarification. So MP Doran, you have the opportunity for your clarification questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lady, turn the volume all the way up now. Through you to the Minister, thank you for the responses thus far. Madam Chair, I would say that a lot of the responses leaves a lot to be desired. And the reason why I say that, Madam Chair, is because I'm hearing a lot of use of the word monitoring, but I'm not really hearing control, and I'm not really hearing a plan of approach or even an action point then. Let me use that. Because you can plan to approach something, but if there's no action with it, then it limits the effectiveness. Madam Chair, I heard the Minister mention that the government does not control the price of fuel. The global price of fuel, of course not, but you do control the local price of fuel. Let's go back to memory lane, and this is a clarification based on a question and a response. April 10th, 2022. Government working on proposal for temporary fuel cut duties. From left to right, Minister Anna Richardson, Minister Roger Lawrence, and Minister Arthur Irion. The government is working on a proposal to temporarily lower the duties in an effort to provide relief to consumer at the pump. Government currently receives turnover tax and import duty on fuel price buildup. And today, the amounts to be combined to 53 cents per liter. The fuel relief proposal will reduce the government duty revenue by approximately 14%. The aim is to keep these changes in effect until the global fuel conditions become more favorable for the local market experience relief. Madam Chair, I'm saying all of this to say that the government does have the power to influence the cost that the consumers pay at the pump. I gave an example a couple of weeks ago where about a month ago, to fill up a Elantra, a basic car, was 90 guilders. Today, it's 153 guilders. So therefore, we have to do something, Madam Chair. Under this government, maybe not under this minister, but still the same government, 150 persons lost their jobs about 2 weeks ago. So therefore, that's 150 families dependent on government or wheresoever to seek employment and gain funds. I'm saying all this to say, Madam Chair, we're seeing an increase in violence, we're seeing an increase in the not-so-cleanliness of our island, and we're asking ourselves why. All of these answers could be answered right there in the government administration building. And, Madam Chair, I want to say all of this. Yes, indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. Minister, I believe that if you maybe the persons that are around you or the persons within the ministry forget how it was done 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I would say, I am again appealing to you to seek assistance. We are here to help as a former cabinet because, again, I want to say this, Madam Chair. When the violence increases, it touches all of us. So therefore, again, I'm extending the olive branch to the minister. If you don't know how to get it done, we are here to assist. Secondly, Madam Chair, there's a difference between price monitoring and price control. I talk about the basket of goods for a lot of years here in this house, and I believe that the list that comes out every year, we're talking about price comparisons. Through you to the minister, Minister, can you give a clear indication, because I heard you touch on it just now based on some of the responses, what price control is taking place? And that's not a new question because I want to be very clear. The question was posed earlier, but what I'm missing is the clear cut. This is what is the basket of goods. These are the control items. So, Madam Chair, those are my two clarifications. So the first one being, yes, there's a role for government to play when it influences the local cost of fuel. Secondly, the price control for the basket of goods. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Doran, and thank you for recapping specifically what you would like the minister to clarify. And I look to the screen and I see that MP Irion wishes to use the clarification session. MP Irion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the minister for the answers. Madam Chair, the minister ended her answer in saying the difference between a promise and a plan is execution. But Madam Chair, what the minister said today was only promising based off of monitoring. There was zero execution of what the government and the ministry is going to do. Madam Chair, as was mentioned by the last speaker, I asked specifically what execution is the government going to do. The minister mentioned in her answering that in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, they are looking for possibilities for temporary relief. Madam Chair, in 2022, when we were actually facing economic concern, the minister also mentioned that they came into government and are dealing with an economic crisis. No, we were dealing with economic crisis, which is probably the worst economic crisis they had, which was COVID. In 2022, Madam Chair, we actually already did it. We relieved persons, the island of the TOT on gas at that time. In addition to that, we also did it for, as a 6-month pilot for the Ministry of Education, where we brought the 1 cent per liter towards ports. So these are the things that the government has to monitor to try to execute. These are things that already have been done. Madam Chair, the minister also mentioned, again, looking for clarity, the minister mentioned we're going to do targeted intervention for the most vulnerable. My question is, what are these interventions? The minister also mentioned we're going to work on policy after monitoring. Madam Chair, this meeting today was called a year ago. It wasn't called today because of the economic concerns and downfalls of a year ago. So if a year ago we weren't monitoring and planning, then what's the point? The policies already should be made already that we can now execute on those policies. This meeting was not called
MP
Today-
Irion, I need to ask you to stick to the round that we're at, and that is to ask the minister to clarify something that she said.
Yes, Madam Chair, and again, in my questions or presidium, I asked, are we not allowed to introduce the topic before our questioning? So, and the answer was yes. Madam Chair, again, the minister mentioned temporary relief. What is a temporary relief? What is the temporary relief that the government is planning to provide to the people of St. Martin? The minister mentioned that results take time. I agree. But results based on what? What is being executed now that we are waiting on? How much time do we need to see the results of this? The minister mentioned that the government is working on marketing programs and so forth to educate the public. I've gone on the government website. I've gone on the minister's Facebook page. I've gone on the TIAT page. I see zero marketing in regarding to anything we're discussing now on this topic. None whatsoever. So to tell me that the government is actively doing this is a lie. It's not there. So, Madam Chair, again, I believe today, after a year of waiting on the minister to provide some type of hope to people in St. Martin regarding this situation, it is not just my concern. Every single business owner in St. Martin is saying the same thing. The government is making more money now because they're getting more money based on an increase on fuel, so TOT has gone up. So I believe it's intentional why the government does not want to execute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion. I see MP La Cruz wishes to ask some clarifying questions. MP La Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I asked the minister if and when was the last time the pumps were checked? And I did not get a reply to that. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. Minister, I don't see, yes, I do see some other clarifications that are going to be requested, starting with MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to yourself, Griffier, Minister and support staff, and honorable colleagues. I would like to thank the Minister for her presentation, Madam Chair. However, for the clarification round, my questions will be more geared towards the Minister stripping her presentation down. And what I mean by that, the Minister was very elaborate in the plans or the intentions of the ministry, but I think the people of St. Martin that was watching the presentation still don't understand what exactly is to happen. So my question of clarification to the minister is, can the minister, via you, Madam Chair, take all those intentions and plans and break it down in simple colloquial English in the sense of what are the tangible things the people from St. Martin can expect from the minister moving forward, meaning the minister said she's going to do this has happened, the minister said she's going to do that has happened, and I can't pull that out of the presentation that the minister has given up to now. Because a couple of months ago, Madam Chair, I was sitting in a committee meeting with members from Bolivia, Venezuela, Curacao, Aruba, etc. And in it was the former minister of TIAT of Venezuela, now MP in Venezuela, and he was explaining, Madam Chair, that Venezuela now has a collaboration pact with Cinque Neves for produce, which drastically dropped the cost of produce for Cinque Neves. So when I asked the minister, what is the ministry doing in collaboration efforts with other islands, I didn't get a plan and I didn't get an execution point or anything from the minister, because if Venezuela could say, hey, we are doing X, Y, Z to mitigate the crisis for X, Y, Z country, what is St. Martin doing in collaboration with other islands in the Caribbean and in the region for such result? Because again, we can talk about what the ministry is doing, but I would like to move on to what is the ministry getting done. As well, Madam Chair, the minister explained that via you, that she's exploring possibilities with GEBE still. 2 years later, after umpteen reports, umpteen researches, umpteen back and forth, and umpteen resets by the Prime Minister as it pertains to an expectation date that relief can be given to the public. And this was before the crisis, Madam Chair. Now, with a crisis compiled on top of what we already had, I'm still hearing from the Minister exploration talks with GEBE and that the government still does not understand the cost structure of said company. If the cost structure is still not fully understood by the government, my question would be, what have they been doing the last 2 years? Can the Minister clarify that? The reason being, the tariff study is already done. Reports contradicting exploration, everything have already been done. What is now the action points by the government? There's a new C-suite board. There's also a new supervisory board. What now is going to happen? Because we have no more reset buttons. What now is going to happen? Can the Minister clarify tangible expectations of what the people of St. Martin can expect when it comes to GEBE moving forward? Also, the Minister referenced data-driven decision-making and not reactionary decision-making. That, I would never go against it. I would like to know what data collection KPIs or methods or mechanisms have been put in place or thought of since these economical crises that have been plaguing the world since last year. Because if we go into our data-driven decision-making, the collection mechanisms have to be in place. And if we're learning as we're going, I would like to know what have we learned from last year up to now, and what have we implemented? What has I know, new question. That's the same question, just ask for clarification based on what the tangible things the people of St. Martin can expect. Because again, in the presentation, I haven't gotten any, if anybody else heard it, I haven't heard any tangible expectations that we can expect from the Minister. Also, the Minister referenced long-term, short-term, that the Minister will not be looking into short-term, but more long-term measures. Can the Minister clarify tangibly what these long-term solutions are? And that would be it for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. The next MP with clarification questions is MP Lewis. MP Lewis.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. MP York took the words out of my mouth, but I will clear it up again for the people of this country. Tangible is the word. And that is what I was trying to ask the Minister if she feels she's working effective and efficient. Because if I go outside, Honorable Minister, if I go outside on that road there by Clem-LaBega Square, tangible is what I feel when I drive on that road. Every single pothole. That is tangible, you can feel things. And if I ask the people them there, through you, Madam Chair, if they feel that their Minister of Tourism is working for them, they will say no, because they have told me so, because they cannot feel any air condition. That is something tangible. They don't have a proper toilet to go in. That is something tangible, something that they can feel. I do understand you, Minister, when you're saying that we need, that you have to make certain decisions, etc., before executing something physical for the people. But next month, the Honorable Great 3rd of May will make you 2 exact years in that position. And the people still can't feel nothing but the heat. They still can't feel nothing, Madam Chair, but the potholes leading there. We have tourists going there by this little train thing, by that same marketplace in a deplorable condition.
MP Lewis, what would you like the Minister to clarify?
I want the Minister to tell me, Madam Chair, what tangible she can provide to the people of this country.
Next question, MP Lewis, for clarification.
That will be all. Tangible is my statement, Madam Chair. The people them need something.
Thank you, MP Lewis. Minister, I see no other questions in terms of clarifications. So at this time, Minister,
Madam Chair,
members of Parliament.
This is it, exactly it. This is exactly it, Madam Chair, lady.
Minister, just one moment there. Members of Parliament, The sound in the hall is louder than you think, so even the murmuring comes across disturbing and loud, especially to the outside world that is tuned into this meeting. Minister, you have had several questions to clarify. Are you able to address those right away?
Madam Chair Lady, I'm going to take my time, like 20 minutes, and pull the same answers I gave during the presentation when most of the members of parliament was talking and repeat it again for clarification. But I'll need 20 minutes for that because that is the problem right there.
So, Minister, you would like some time and
Yes,
then...
because I'm sure I've answered most of these questions in my presentation, but I need time to go back in my presentation to just pull the same answers I gave while they were talking to respond to them and clarify it. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. 20 minutes.
Minister, we will adjourn I would want for 20 minutes, but then I would want us to consider another way to continue with the meeting. Otherwise, we'll never get to the other agenda points for which you have the answers to the questions posed by members already. But at this point, I will adjourn until 4:25 p.m., so like 23 minutes to be exact. This meeting is adjourned until 4:25 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to the continuation of this public meeting following a brief adjournment to allow the minister to prepare answers to the matters that members asked to be clarified. So at this time now, I give the floor to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication. Minister Grisha Heilige-Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Clarification round posed by MP Doran. The government has the right to make changes to the fuel prices, and that is correct. I agree. And I stated that in my previous response to a similar question. We are actively in discussions with the Minister of Finance regarding a temporary adjustment to the fuel excess price. I think I mentioned that more than once. However, let me be clear that this has a direct impact on the national budget. It does have a direct impact on the national budget, and if this has to be lowered, it would mean other areas must be cut as well. So the money has to come from somewhere. So it's not an easy decision to make at this point in time, but we are busy discussing it. Then the MP asked the difference between price monitoring and price control. Sorry.
Minister, with your indulgence, I'll allow MP Irion a brief interruption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, regarding the last statement by the minister that if we reduce the TOT on the gas, that it will affect the budget, Madam Chair, the budget is already established. So the amount that we expect to make from that, right, is not affected since the prices increase. And actually, the government will be making even more money because the gas price has increased. So technically, no, there will not be an effect on the budget amount already in the budget. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, MP Irion. Minister, you may continue with your clarification answers.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I was actually referring to the excise tax, but I won't respond to that because I can respond to that further down to the same question that was posed by MP Irion, if he has a little indulgence with me. So the question posed by MP York was the difference between price monitoring and price control. What is being controlled? I'm not sure of the clarification, but if I'm answering it correctly, I hope. If not, maybe the MP through you, Madam Chair Lady, could maybe ask the question in the second round. What is being monitored is the price of goods. So I wasn't clear on that. The basket of goods, the basket of goods is being monitored. Prices control is being, the price control, it's being monitored. Prices control is being conducted on the basket of goods, and that's what's being monitored. Then MP Irion, looking at possibility for economic relief, he mentioned in 2022 that the country did give some relief on the same excise tax, and he believed that this can be done now as well. But as stated previously, we are in discussion with the finance minister on temporary reduction. However, careful consideration must be given to reduce the income. Indeed, the government temporarily reduced the excise tax in 2022, but government was in a different financial position then. The same period also resulted, the same time when that was done, it resulted in increased national debt that we are dealing with today. Then I have a clarification from MP La Cruz. If and when was the last time the pump was checked? The fuel pumps are being inspected quarterly, MP, through you, Madam Chair Lady, but it can be sooner. Also, it can also be sooner depending if there's a maintenance on the pump being carried out as well. We also do a check. Then clarifications by MP York. What is the ministry doing in terms of collaborating with other islands in the region? As MP York is fully aware, we're not part of OECS, we're not part of CARICOM, but we are actively part of CTU, and in that forum, I suggested to the SG of the CTU to create CTO, yes, CTU is another one, CTO to create a food security type committee for us to have those type of discussions and the collaborations. And if the government still cannot set the tariff, what is the government done in the last 2 years with GEBE tariff. So let me be clear through you, Madam Chair Lady, the current concession ordinance exists since our new status. However, a tariff structure has never created or has never been created or approved by government, by any government. What has the government done in the last 2 years? Spearheaded by Prime Minister Marcelina, the government has stabilized GEBE energy production supply. This was an energy crisis that was inherited. Once that was achieved, the studies began in the tariffs, and that faced challenges. The government then ensured that a new supervisory board of directors was appointed, which took place in the last 2 months. And because responsible governance of GEBE was a very important step required for the next phase of energy regulations, including efficiency and modernization in energy production. Then MP Lewis asks, what is tangible? Madam Chair Lady, the question is what tangible actions are we taking, not in the long term, but right now. I'm going to repeat what was mentioned. Being proactive is not only about monitoring short-term price movement, it's also about reducing our structural exposure to global fuel volatility. But that is precisely why the ministry is advancing the energy transition as a core pillar of our economic strategy. At present, St. Martin's electricity prices remain heavily influenced by global oil markets. As long as we are dependent on the imported fuel, we remain exposed to geopolitical shocks. And in the short term, the government is already taking concrete actions. We're actively engaging GB on the project, which I mentioned before, that I already sent a letter out. We're coordinating directly with importers and food suppliers and shipping companies to track cost developments and anticipate price pressures. We are continuously monitoring global fuel and freight indicators to
Minister, I will ask you to hold your last word for a moment while I allow MP York to make an interruption. And I want to inform the members of Parliament that I will allow the Minister to finish her answers to clarifying questions without any further interruptions at this time. But MP York, since you're standing at the lectern, I'll allow you to make your interruption. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't think the question was properly understood. Myself, as well as MP Lewis, asked for tangible results, tangible things that people can expect. And the minister started explaining a lot, gave averagely the same answers. Then I looked up the word tangible. Describes something real, concrete, and capable of being touched or physically felt. Madam Chair, in the answers that the minister is providing right now, the only thing I'm feeling is ChatGPT. I'm not feeling anything else. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'm just going to end the clarification round by just saying this. The reality is we can't just flip a switch and just change the price as is. I keep repeating it in a nice diplomatic way. I can't just go and tell GEBE today, hey, this is the rate, because the people are hurting. It doesn't work like that, Madam Chair Lady. This is our reality, and if that's the tangible approach that this opposition member would like for me to proceed, then this is not your minister. I can't do that to GEBE, and I can't do that to the country. So with that then, Madam Chair Lady, I yield the clarification, because I think that's the best I can answer in clarification, and look forward to questions posed in the second round for this discussion.
Thank you, Minister Grisha Heiliger-Martin, for those clarifying comments based on matters raised by members of Parliament. Minister, I would want to suggest that you continue now with the answers to the next agenda point, as in the order that they have been posed, because questions have been posed on all the agenda points. So, Minister, I invite you now, and I will read what that one is. And so we have the Yes, indeed. So the next, we were busy and you gave the answers and clarifications were asked on the topic, the United States, China, and related countries trade war and its broader economic implications. So at this point, that point is going to be adjourned to come back and get the questions in the second round while I go over to number 2, the role of large-scale events such as Soul Beach Music Festival in boosting tourism and business growth. And Minister, you will now be invited to provide answers on this topic as to the questions asked by members in the first round. So Minister, we are now on the role of large-scale events such as Soul Beach Music Festival in boosting tourism and business growth, and your answers to questions asked previously by the members of Parliament. Minister Grisha Heiliger-Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I start with two questions posed by MP Jansen-Webster. Was there an increase in government revenues collected before and after Soul Beach Music Festival, TOT, period after, on TOT? Yes, revenue indicators show an increase in government collection during the Soul Beach Music Festival period compared to the same in 2024. For example, hotel room tax went from 949 guilders and about 950 guilders in May of 2020, 950,000 in May of 2024 to 1.556 in May of 2025. This aligns with a higher hotel occupancy level reported by major resorts during the festival period. The MP raised possible negative consequences being heard which can affect the investor. Do you have any kind of signal in the future to host Soul Beach Music Festival? The concern being raised by MP Jansen-Webster is valid. Persistent negative coverage and public accusations, especially as reflected in outlets like the Daily Herald, SMA News, and People's Tribune, can contribute uncertainty for investors and international promoters. Headlines questioning transparency and financial arrangement and government handling of Soul Beach partnership contribute to a perception of risk, even when the underlying agreements may be sound. These signals can potentially affect investors' confidence and in three ways. It could affect potential investors' confidence in 3 ways. They raise reputational concerns which suggest possible instability in the business environment and may cause promoters to reconsider or delay commitments while they assess the situation. And with respect to the future of the Soul Beach Festival, Music Festival, there is currently no definitive signal, or positive or negative, that confirms whether the promoter will host this event in St. Martin. But that decision remains a commercial one for the organizers based on their assessment of financial returns, operational conditions, and other destination climate. But what can be said is that government remains actively focused on investing in and supporting events, specifically during shoulder and slow seasons, as strategic priority for St. Martin's economy. The goal is not only to attract visitors, but to ensure steady flow of high-value tourism outside of the peak periods when businesses and workers need it most. Next questions posed by MP York. The report states, estimate based on the 2,556 visitors stayed for the full 2 days, and this was derived from the marketing report which was prepared by the festival owner. Where did St. Martin get the numbers independently, and how can we validate the info? The figures referred to in the report regarding the estimate of 2,556 visitors and the 5-day stay originated from the promoter's marketing and economic impact report. However, it is important to clarify that the Social Economic Council did not rely on this information at face value. Instead, SAD conducted its own independent assessment using multiple verification methods to test the reliability and direction of the data. They targeted stakeholder interviews conducted in February in 2026 with hotels, car rental agencies, and taxi dispatchers operators, and these provided independent real-time insights into the increased demand and occupancy and service usage during the festival period. Then they did third-party booking data. The SAD utilized external data from Expedia, which confirmed a 24% increase in hotel rooms night during the Soul Beach period compared to 2024. And when I say during the Soul Beach period, that's during the third week of May, an independent indicator of higher visibility. Then they had verified local expenditure records. So the SAD reviewed the ministry's official payment log, which itemized transaction-level payment to local vendors, service providers, and contractors, and that confirmed over $525,000 in direct local spending based on actual recorded transactions. So based on these independent sources, the SAD was able to validate the direction and scale of the economic activity, even while explicitly noting that the promoters' assumptions of a full 5-day stay for visitors likely results in an overestimation of total impact. So in addition, government's own fiscal data provides further objective confirmation. So the hotel room tax increased, like I stated, from 950,000 guilders in May 2024 to 1.5 million in May 2025. And this is not projected data. This is an actual revenue, and it aligns with the increased occupancy and visitor activity reflected in both the SAD findings and the third-party data. In summary, while government does not rely solely on promoter-provided figures, multiple independent data points, qualitative, third-party, and fiscal, consistently point in the same direction. There was a measurable and significant increase in economic activity during the festival period. That exact magnitude can also always be refined, but the underlying impact is both real and verifiable. It was said that the hotel occupancy rose from 10% to 35% by SAD, but by the SHDA report of 2025, and compared to the 2024, they indicated that the hotel occupancy rose, according to SHDA, it rose to 2.5%, according to SAD, by 10 to 35%. So the figures referenced, ranging from 10% to 35% increases, are taken directly from the independent finding of the Social Economic Council and are based on targeted stakeholder interviews with individual hotels. These are not ministerial figures, generated figures. The SAD explicitly states that it conducted interviews with key properties to capture property-level performance during the Soul Beach period, and reported the following increases compared to 2024. DV Little Bay increased by 30 to 35%. Holland House approximately 30%. Oyster Bay approximately 19%. Simpson Bay Resort 10 to 15%. These figures are reflected performance at specific hotel during the event window, not a market-wide average. So in contrast, the figures referenced from the St. Martin hospitality trade represented a broad, aggregated monthly average across its membership base. This data set. So the average performance across the entire month of May, this includes both peak and non-peak periods, does not capture the short-term spikes tied to specific events, does not include non-member priorities or alternative accommodations such as Airbnb and VRBO. As a result, the SHTA's report increase of the approximately 2.5% reflects a diluted market-wide average, whereas the SAD findings capture event-specific peaks at the property level. Importantly, the SAD also cross-checks its findings with independent third-party data from Expedia, which shows 24% increase in hotel room nights during the Soul Beach week. So compared to the same period in 2024, this provides external validation of increased occupancy during the event. So finally, government's revenue further supports this trend, and in summary, there is no contradiction between the two figures. SHTA reflects a broad monthly average, while the SAD captures a more targeted one. How can the minister claim that the event was a net positive when entities took the profit? When I refer to the event as a net positive, I am not evaluating the profit position of the promoter. I am assessing the economic impact of St. Martin's economy and its people. The independent assessment by the Social Economic Council, the SER, confirms that the benefits of the events were distributed across the local economy, specifically to hotels, taxi operators, car rental companies, restaurants, bars, small vendors. This is particularly important because the event took place during a traditional slower period. During that time, hotels experienced occupancies increasing during that hotel experienced occupancy increase. Car rentals reported a demand and increase. Taxi operators, some saw an approximately of 25% on their trips. These are not theoretical benefits. They translate directly into income, employment continuity, and business activity for our people. In addition, the SAD confirmed over 525% in direct local spending based on the verified payment records, and government revenue data show a significant increase in hotel tax. So, can the minister provide evidence of safety, well-being of the residents, or is it a social impact only related to social media? The assessment conducted by the SAD did not solely rely on social media. It incorporated multiple data sources, including stakeholder interviews, third-party booking data, and verified financial records. However, the SAD was also transparent in stating that formal data on public safety indicators and residents' well-being was not made available for the assessment period. As a result, it noted that the measurements of social impact beyond economic activities was limited. This does not mean that safety or well-being were not considered. It means that those aspects were not systematically measured and documented in a way that could be independently verified within the scope of the report. Going forward, this is an area we are actively addressing. We will work with the relevant ministries and agencies, including justice and public safety authorities, to ensure that future events are supported by more comprehensive data, covering public safety metrics, community impact assessments, resident feedback mechanism. And so in summary, the economic impact as well as support is well supported by data, but the broader social impact requires more structured measurements. And that is precisely where government is now strengthening its approach. Next question posed by MP.R. Are the 24 million impressions over the entire year of 2025 linked to solely Soul Beach Music Festival? So what happens to the numbers from January to 2025 over the event? 1,000 persons came and 7 million impressions he asked for 100K from government. The 24 million impressions referenced are not annual figures, nor do they represent general destination marketing across 2025. They are tied specifically to a digital footprint generated during the Soul Beach Music Festival marketing cycle, including influencer reach, artist performance, and event-related content engaging during the promotion and event period. That said, it is important to be clear, impressions alone are not measures of economic impact. They are just indicators of visibility and reach, but the real test is whether that the visibility translates into visitor arrivals on the island spending. In the case of Soul Beach, the independent assessment of the SAD confirms that it did. This is evidenced by what I mentioned before, the numbers I mentioned before. Next question, I move over to questions to MP Lewis. MP Lewis, I think, sent me questions from before in writing, but I'll still recap a few of them just for the public to hear what some of the answers were. Can the minister indicate if the information that required reports have been submitted? All reporting requirements under the National Subsidy Ordinance were fulfilled and submitted within the established deadline, and the necessary documentations were provided in accordance with the legal framework governing the incidental subsidies. Then confirm if the St. Martin Soul Beach was included in the budget 2024. If so, under which budget post was it And why wasn't Parliament asked? So the Soul Beach Music Festival was not listed as a specific line item in the 2024 national budget. This is standard practice. Incidental subsidies, by their nature, are not itemized individually in the budget. They are executed within approved budgetary allocations and in accordance with the National Subsidy Ordinance. So in this case, government contributed with was financed from availability appropriation within the 2024 fiscal budget. All expenditures were processed through the formal financial administration and followed the required legal and procedural approvals. What steps will the minister take to ensure that public funds will be accounted for and the people would like to know where is the money? Public funds are not only accounted for, they are fully documented, traceable, and independently reviewed. The government's contribution of $500,000 US was processed entirely through a formal financial administration in compliance with the National Subsidy Ordinance. Every disbursement is supported by documentation, approvals, and payment records. In addition, the SAD independently reviewed the Soul Beach 25 local payment log, which itemized transaction-level payments made to local vendors and service providers and contractors. And this includes security, logistics, transportation, catering, production, and local talent. This is not a general estimate. This is an actual recorded transaction confirmed over the $525,000 in direct spending, which was injected in the local economy. So when the question is asked, where is the money? The answer is clear. It is in the accounts of the vendors who were paid. It is in the earnings of the workers who were employed. It is reflected in the businesses that saw an increased activity. And further, this economic circulation is supported by broader indications, including increased hotel room tax collection sector during that event. So there's no misuse of funds. The funds were lawfully allocated and properly administered, fully accounted for, and independently reviewed. I go over to questions posed by MP Doran. A little under 10 questions. Why did the Soul Beach leave, and were there any communication and reasons by Soul Beach? The decision to relocate the festival was ultimately a commercial decision made by the organizer. The promoter did express concern about the negative publicity and the level of public accusations and politicizing around the event, which understandably created some discomfort from a brand perspective. However, it is important to note that this did not close the door to St. Martin. The organizer indicated that they remain interested in working with us and expressed openness to return under the right condition. That said, the primary determining factor was financial, and other destinations actively pursued the festival and made significant higher offers than St. Martin was able to provide, with Curacao ultimately securing the event for 2026. This reflects the competitive nature of the regional events with both financial capacity and broad environment influence that influence the final decision. MP asked if the arrival figures verifications that came from, if we can verify the figures that came from the Soul Beach. Passenger arrival data based on records from the Department of Immigration and the Border Protection shows that 67,922 passengers entered St. Martin during that period, including 42,873 travelers holding U.S. passport. However, it is important to be precise. Arrival data alone cannot definitively attribute travel to a single event. It reflects total inbound traffic to the period. So this is why government does not rely solely on arrival figures to assess the event impact. Instead, we look at combination of indicators, like I said, including hotel occupancy and room night data, car rental taxi activities, verified local spending, and government revenue indicators such as the hotel room tax. When these indicators are assessed together, as was done by the social economic by the SAD, they provide more accurate picture of the festival's contribution to increase visitor activity. How can the report be independent if the main source of the information came from the entity? The report is independent because the promoter submission was not the sole basis of the assessment. It was one input. So the SAD explicitly conducted its own verification analysis using multiple independent sources to test and validate the information provided. That concluded targeted stakeholder interviews, third-party data, methodology review, and so on. So can we get a flight arrivals of visitors from April 2024 to May 2025? As direct month-to-month comparison between April 2024 and May 2025 is not it's not reliable due to a change in the underlying data collection. So this is not reliable due to a change in the underlying data. So the Department of Statistics compiles average arrival data from Immigration and Border Protection Service. In November 2024, the Border Protection Service introduced an upgraded digital immigration system, which significantly improved the accuracy and classification of arrival data. As outlined in the department's July 9, 2025 press release, the new system reduces manual entry and human error. It properly distinguishes between residents and visitors, and it aligns with international statistics standards. Because the previous system did not consistently classify travelers, data before and after this transition cannot be compared on a like-for-like basis. So for this reason, the 2025 is now considered a new baseline. So the government will provide Parliament with arrival data from this standardized system going forward to ensure accuracy and consistency. Next question, why didn't anyone interview the tax office or receiver's office? The SAD did incorporate government revenue data in assessment, which is how the increase of hotel taxes was identified. Next question, did the advice go through the beslissingschrijf and the advice went to come? Yes, the advice was processed in accordance with the established beslissingschrijf procedure. This included the incorporation of internal legal advice, review by the relevant departments, and the inclusion of the finalized track changes to the agreement. So once the advice was deemed complete, the decision ready, it was formally submitted and placed on the agenda for the Council of Ministers for approval. Did SAD identify any limitations that can affect the reliability of the report? Yes, the SAD was transparent in identifying several limitations that affect the precision, though not the overall direction of its finding. These include a promoter's unverified assumption of a uniform 5-day stay, the absence of structured data on public safety and resident impact, the limitations of payment in the determining net fiscal impact, the fact that the event occurred within a broader upward tourism trend, and because of these factors, the SAD appropriately framed its conclusion as indicative rather than definitive. Importantly, while these limitations affect the exact magnitude, they do not negate the consistent evidence across multiple data points of increased economic activity during the event period. Then questions posed by MP La Cruz. On June 23, 2025, the MP requested some numbers between 2023 and 2025, April to June, on car rental, room tax, airport passengers, arrival, and TOT. The request for the data covering April, June 2023 to 2025, including all of that, is acknowledged. However, again, we focus specifically on the hotel room tax because it is the only revenue stream directly linked to the visitor's accommodation, making it the most reliable indicator of tourism-related activity during the period. A direct comparison of the arrival figures across 2023-2025 is not sound due to the introduction of the digital ED card system in 2024, which established a new baseline. So within the new baseline period, the Soul Beach timeframe reflects a clear increase in activity. Additional data, including car rentals and TOT, has been requested, and that will be shared with Parliament once verified. Did the advice went through AIMS or was it walked? For instance, hard copy. If so, why? The advice was initially prepared in hard copy, which is standard for certain internal processes. Once finalized, it was scanned and formally registered in JOIN, the government's official document management and workflow system. From that point, it followed the standard digital workflow for the review, processing, and submission. This is an established and compliant procedure for documents that originate in hard copy. Did the Minister of Finance sign the advice? Yes, the Minister of Finance signed for the portion related to the $72,000 contribution from the Ministry of Finance, and I signed the contribution from my ministry. And the full amount was approved collectively by the Council of Ministers as a unified government decision. Each minister signed within their respective budgetary authority, and this was not the case of one minister approving on behalf of the other. Then MP La Cruz made a number of statements and posed a question which I will paraphrase to address directly. MP indicated that bringing Soul Beach to St. Martin was a brilliant idea, but expressed that it was poorly executed. He also reaffirmed that the role of the Minister of TIAT is to drive economic activity and that he supports the introduction of the festivals to boost off-peak period. In addition, MP La Cruz offered a broader policy perspective, suggesting that government should periodically reassess long-term financial support to established festivals. Specifically, he raised the question of when an event that has received sustainable public funding, such as over a 10-year period, should begin to carry more of its own financial weight, allowing government to gradually reduce its contribution and redirect those funds to support emerging events. The MP did not mention a specific festival, and I will treat his remarks as a general policy consideration regarding the sustainable and the strategic use of the public funds. So through you, Madam Chair Lady, MP La Cruz raised two key points, execution and long-term subsidy policy, and I will address both. Firstly, on the issue of poor execution, I would respectively encourage the MP to speak directly to the hotels such as Sonesta Maho, Simpson Bay Resort, TV Little Bay, Oyster Bay, and Holland House, and review their performance during the Memorial Day period of across 2023, 2024, and 2025. So if the question is whether, so the data including that review by the SER also shows increases in occupancy and activity during the Soul Beach. I also want to go further to compare those same indicators for 2026. The reality is that forward booking for the 2026 without Soul Beach are not the same as 2025. So if the question is whether the event delivered results, the answer, based on actual performance in the sector, is yes. Secondly, on the broader point of the long-term support for festivals, I can only interpret the MP's comments as referring to an event such as Carnival. That's the one I know that got 350,000 guilders for a long, long time, over 10 years. So while I understand the policy perspective that the MP was mentioning, I must be clear, Carnival is not just another event. It is a national cultural product built by and for the people. To suggest withdrawing support from Carnival simply because it has existed for many years would not be a strategic decision. It would be a disservice to the people and to one of the most important cultural economic drivers. So at the same time, I do agree that the principle of strategic allocation of funds, the ministry continuously evaluates economic impact of events and adjusts support accordingly. In some cases, support can be reduced where events become self-sustaining. In other cases, support may be increased to unlock greater economic returns. Carnival is a clear example of the latter. For years, support has been approximately 300,000 guilders. One time, it was 500,000 guilders by the first former minister of TIAT. I won't say his name, but he's in here. And last year, we increased it to 600,000 guilders, allowing for a stronger, more competitive product. And we are already seeing the results. So the approach is not to reduce across the board. It is to invest strategically, increase support where the returns are growing, adjust where events become self-sustaining, and create space for new events to emerge. This is how we build a balanced, sustainable, and competitive event portfolio for St. Martin. Then I move over to a question posed by MP Myers. How much did Aruba over the over the years, how much did Aruba over the years from 1995, how much did they support, how much did they support in how much did they contribute towards the Soul Beach? So while there is no single publicly consolidated figure, it is well understood and based on discussions with counterparts that I've done and the industry insights, that Aruba invested millions of dollars over the years to host and retain Soul Beach music festivals. That sustained long-term investment allowed Aruba to build the event into a strong Memorial Day anchor, generating consistent visitors, arrivals, and high occupancy during that period. And as a result, Aruba reached a level of maturity where the event no longer required the same level of strategic focus, allowing them to reassess and redirect their resources. So this created an opening for other destinations seeking to strengthen their shoulder season, and ultimately, Curacao secured the festival in 2026. So in summary, the lesson is clear. Major events require consistent and multi-year investment to reach their full potential. Aruba's experience demonstrated that sustainable commitment and can transform an event into a reliable economic driver. Next questions, about 3 posed by MP Artwell Irion. Why wasn't the Department of Stat used to do the assessment? The decision to engage the SAD was intentional to ensure independence, objectivity, and a broader economic analysis. This is also the first time that an economic impact assessment of this nature was specifically requested from the SAD. As Minister of TIAT, I made a deliberate decision to do so because it was important to clearly demonstrate to the people of St. Martin what impact our investment had on this economy, particularly in relation to the government's $500,000 contribution. While the Department of the Statistics played a critical role in compiling the official statistics, it is not structured to conduct full economic impact assessment of specific events, including return on investment analysis across multiple sectors. That level of analysis, looking at the economic circulation and the sectoral impact and overall return, required an independent body with a broader mandate. The SAD was therefore the appropriate institution to carry out that work. So given the public interest and the scrutiny surrounding this investment, it was imperative to provide an objective, independent review assessment and demonstrated how public funds were utilized and what economic activity was generated in return. Next question, did government agree to pay? And what happens if they did not execute the event? How would they have gotten the money back? And should show where this approach, where the ministers agreed to advise over 1 million guilders was done in the past. And did the Minister of Finance and Com approve this advice? Yes, the government agreed to the sponsorship payments, which were approved by the Council of Ministers following the review, including the vetting of the legal affairs. Importantly, the agreement included a clear financial safeguard, specifically a repayment clause that stipulates that if the festival did not take place, other than in case of force majeure or government-related causes, the organizers would be required to repay a prorated portion of the funds already disbursed. This means that government was not exposed to unprotected financial risk. The agreement was structured to ensure that accountability reviewed through the proper legal channels and approved collectively by government, including the Minister of Finance and her budgetary responsibility. Why did the SAD ask to rely on info from Soul Beach Music Festival? The SAD requested information from the promoter because the organizer is the primary source of the operational data, such as ticket sales, programming, and event-related expenditures. However, the SAD did not rely on that information alone. As mentioned earlier, consistent with the standard economic assessment practice, the promoter's data was used as a starting point with the SAD. So verified through stakeholder interviews, hotel, car rentals, taxis, as mentioned before, cross-checked with third-party data, including Experia, as mentioned before, and tested and adjusted, including revising assumptions such as the length of stay. This approach, using the organizers' data and using the organizers' data and independently validating it is standard methodology in economic impact assessment. So the promoter provided input, but the conclusions were independently tested, validated, and determined by SAD. And in addition, the representatives of the Small Property Association, the Guest House and Small Hoteliers on the SAD board reported an increase in room occupancy during the Soul Beach Music Festival period. Final question posed by MP Otley. The member of Parliament Otley stated that he would be short and concise, and he indicated that he has no issue with Soul Beach itself. His concern is whether the proper procedure were followed, as he believes that there has been a misappropriation of public funds. I take note of the remarks of MP Otley, and I appreciate his focus on procedure and the responsibility used for public funds. Let me state clearly, the proper procedures were followed. The subsidy was executed in accordance with the National Subsidy Ordinance, and the agreement was reviewed by Legal Affairs process through the established administrative channels, and ultimately approved by the Council of Ministers, with each minister signing within their respective budgetary responsibility. At no point was there any misappropriation of funds. The allocation was lawful, documented, and supported by an agreement that included safeguards, including a repayment process. In addition, and importantly, this is one of the few instances where government went a step further by requesting an independent economic impact assessment from the SAD to demonstrate transparency and accountability to the people of St. Martin. So while I respect the MP's concern, the facts are clear. Accountability is grounded in the fact that stakeholders within the SAD representing businesses, unions, and other organizations were given the opportunity to critically assess, question, and analyze the information presented. And the St. Martin Music Festival process was conducted independently without direct government interference in its deliberation. The process was followed, the funds was properly administered, and the investment was accounted for. With that, Madam Chair Lady, I end the answers to the questions posed in round 2. I look forward to any clarifications by the Member of Parliament.
Thank you, Minister of TIAT, Mrs. Grisha Heiliger Martin, for those answers. Members of Parliament, we're now at a point where you have the opportunity to pose any clarifying questions to the Minister based on the answers given. Is there the need for such? This does not appear to be the case, Minister. So I would ask that we, MP York, you have the floor. And the reason I allow you still is because we had a discussion about you bringing forward a point, albeit it's not exactly a clarification, but you want to make a point which I said you can make at this time. So MP York, yes, clarifying your questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity as well. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I was paying attention. However, maybe I missed it, but there are a couple of questions that I posed that I think was skipped or were not mentioned. So I don't know if the Minister wants me to give them the questions off. Secretary goes down for my minutes. So can I repeat them now, or
what we're going to do, MP York, repeat them there quickly. I understood from yourself that there are a few that you have that, according to you, were not answered. Could you just run those down for the Minister for me, please?
I have here. Well, I'm not going to repeat all of them, just the most important ones that I really want to answer from, would like an answer from the Minister. Will other event promoters be treated with the same level of acceptance as it pertains to their reporting, either for subsidy or after subsidy, as the same as Soul Beach? Will their data be accepted without independent verification? Those were the two questions that I missed, and then I had a couple of clarifications based on what the Minister said.
You may now pose your clarification questions.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, via you, in light of earlier questions on how these hotel occupancy and revenue figures were obtained and verified. Can the minister specify how many hotels we have on the island, how many were included, and how were these that were included selected? So the methodology behind the selecting of the handful of hotels, and whether those figures came from actual hotel booking or revenue systems or secondary reporting. In relation to the earlier question on how government determined that bookings and spending were attributed to the festival, what objective mechanism was used to distinguish Soul Beach bookings from ordinary visitor bookings? For example, were there specific promo codes, booking links, or any other tracking method used by the online travel agencies or hotels? Based on the questions on independent verification, can the minister confirm whether SAID checked those occupancy figures with the SHTA and whether any formal consultation took place between the SAID and the SHTA or members of the board of any of the sort? And how did those consultations go? And can the minister clarify how SAID obtained the data used in the report and what verification process was applied before those figures were accepted? And the minister touched on it lightly, and the minister gave an explanation, but I would like the minister to further clarify and reconcile the discrepancy between the 2.5% and the 10 to 35%. The minister referenced via you, Madam Chair, diluted figures that the SSTA may have used. I don't want to misinterpret what the minister said, but something of the sort. So can the minister clarify that explanation again, and also the difference between diluted figures and concentrated figures? Madam Chair, last couple, can the minister clarify the total amount of TIAD's contribution? So the minister clarified finance contributed, TIAD contributed, and it was approved by Council of Ministers. What was the exact number contributed from TIAD to the festival? And also, the minister lastly explained the amount of, gave an explanation to the amount that she thinks Aruba spent on the festival over the years, and referenced millions of dollars or florin or whatever type of money. But I would like the minister to clarify if the minister spoke to her counterpart, TIAD Minister of Aruba, or the counterpart minister being the Minister of Finance. Because I remember the Minister of Finance, her state of St. Martin, our Minister of Finance stating that contact would have been sought with her counterpart, and in answering the question after we made a follow-up, the minister explained that there was no contact sought. So I would like to, if there was no contact sought by the minister, our Minister of TIAD, I would like to also caution the minister on making such conclusions on the floor of Parliament, because the same way the minister's group of confidants from Aruba that the minister consulted in, I can say I spoke to MPs of Aruba too that said they were glad that the event was not part of the Aruba spending anymore, because they was not attracting the type of tourists that they actually wanted. So seeing that that was not a verifiable source, I couldn't bring that to the floor of Parliament. So if the minister didn't get that from her counterpart, I think it would not be wise for the minister to repeat that here on the floor. And lastly, the forward booking numbers. I don't understand how, can the minister clarify the following? How can we have forward booking numbers be comparable if in 2024, around this time, the forward booking numbers were not even tallied because there was no Soul Beach announced as yet? So if the minister can clarify, how is she comparing the forward booking numbers prior to Soul Beach compared to now that Soul Beach is gone for next year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. I don't see any other minister for clarifications. Can you address the matters raised by MP York right away?
Yes.
Minister, then I give you the floor.
I will try my utmost to address as much as I can, Chair Lady, as much as I can. Thank you. Thank you, MP York, for the clarification. And I think you started out by saying, will the other promoters be treated the same way with reporting? And if we have to do verification. So I don't know if the MP is, that question is not clear. I don't know if the our promoter that would have to do an event of this magnitude will be treated the same. Perhaps yes, because I guess the more we spend, the more we do have to maybe, I guess we would have to come and maybe show to give an account of how much we spent and what the return of investment was, depending on the amount of number we spent. So of course, maybe they will be treated the same. So this was a high amount, so that's the main reason we decided to do a economic impact study. So the answer to that question is yes. If it's something at this magnitude, yes, I would do that. And then the methodology of the hotels, how much were included, and so how many hotels do we have in St. Martin? Good question. I can't off the top of my head answer that, but what I can say is this. Soul Beach partnered with a handful of hotels, and these were already listed on their website. So those that the standard, the people, the thousands of people that are part of the Soul Beach membership usually go on the website of Soul Beach to book the hotels that are listed there. The major hotels, the ones that I mentioned earlier, the Simpson Bay Resort, the Maho, the DV, Holland House, all Oyster Bay, all were listed, and JW, all were listed on their website. And these were the ones that that Soul Beach partnered with, and these were the ones that the SAD had direct contact with to confirm if indeed there was an increase. Did any consultation take place between SAD and SHGA? Well, there's an SHGA member on the SAD board, so I'm assuming, I could only assume that constantly there is consultation with the representative of SHGA on the SAD board, so yes. And the discrepancy, the 10 to 35% was mainly targeted during that period of Memorial Day weekend, during that May 2025. What SAD has given is an overall view of how much hotels have done in its entirety. It took it casted a full net of all the hotels. Here, the SAD went exactly into the hotels that were part of the part of the event. How much was contributed to how much from the TIAT, I guess, was contributed? This came from the festival's post, and all the 425,000 came from that budget post of festivals from TIAT. So 425,000 was contributed. Did you have contact with the counterpart in Aruba? The discussions I've had was not only with those in Aruba, and I'm talking about my counterpart at the ministerial level, because if you're talking at the MP level, they don't do the execution, but the ministerial level, they do. And I recall them telling me that on many occasions that they spent millions on 1 year, over the years, sometimes millions from government of Aruba. And I also spoke to my counterpart at the ATA. They also mentioned that they spent exorbitant amount of money, more than what we spent here for sure. So the mention what mayors asked me is how much have they spent over the years? It will amount to millions, and that's what I kind of mentioned, that it is millions that they spent over the amount of years. So I can't give you the exact amount, but adds up to millions, and at a point in time, certain years they themselves spent close to over $1 million. Forward booking numbers for the upcoming period without having the data from 2024. Forward booking numbers, I don't know if the MP referred to the 2026 forward booking numbers. So I spoke to 1 or 2 hotels, because that's what I do on a bi-weekly basis. I pick up the phone and I speak to the hotels. How are we doing? How are your numbers looking in Memorial Day weekend? And I can tell you, 2 of them told me the numbers are not the same as last year. So I'm waiting to confirm it But from usually last year around this time, they were already booked for Soul Beach, already completely booked for Soul Beach. So they can forecast, they can project and see what their numbers are looking at in May. That's in a couple of weeks. So I think hopefully I've clarified, and looking forward to questions posed in the second round.
Thank you, Minister, for those clarifications. This agenda point 2, I will adjourn and I will go over to the answers to agenda point number 3 based on the questions by members of parliament. Minister, I ask you to go into those answers. We are now at the point of the prolonged delay in the construction of the vendor marketplace, initially set to begin in August 2024, and its impact on small businesses. Minister, your answers to the questions on that topic.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'll start with questions posed by MP Doran, about a little under 10 questions. MP Doran wanted me to validate the design if it was an approved design. The validated design is an approved design. Yes, the design that we refer to is validated, is that we refer to as validated is the design that has been reviewed, confirmed, and approved by both the engineering team of the co-financiers as well as the project management firm engaged by the ministry. Do you have approved building permit? The building permit department has already completed its review of the revised design from the construction compliance standpoint. The only remaining component is the internal fire department safety advice, which require adjustments from the architect. Those adjustments are currently being finalized. I think they're finalized already. It is important to note that the building permit department seeks internal technical advice from the fire department as part of its assessment, and the revised design does not introduce any new risk. In fact, it improves safety by providing wider walk paths, additional openings, and more entrance and exit points compared to the original design for which the permit has already been issued. So once this adjustment has been finalized for the fire department safety plan and is approved for the fire department, the building permit department will be able to issue the updated permit, and we continue to follow up to ensure that this is finalized as soon as possible. Did the Minister of RAMI approve that it did not have to retender? The determination that the project did not require a retendering was made through the established advisory process based on the provisions of the FIDIC Yellow Book and the assessment of the independent project management firm and internal level advice, legal advice received. This conclusion was then submitted by the Council of Ministers, and which approved, wait, hold on, yeah. Hold on. Not getting my eyes, sorry, Chair Lady. Okay, good, much better. This conclusion was then submitted to the Council of Ministers, which approved the continuation of the project with the existing contractor. And as with all government projects of this nature, the decision was taken at the council level, ensuring full interministerial alignment. Next question, is RAMI no longer playing a role in this project? What role is New Works playing? The Minister of RAMI continues to play an important role in this project, consistent with its legal mandate. While the day-to-day contract management is being handled by the independent project management firm, RAMI remains responsible for several key regulatory and technical functions, including the processing of the permits, any required input from public works, etc. The decision to engage an external project management firm was taken to ensure that the project benefits from the proper oversight. This was fully supported by the co-financiers and the Minister of RAMI, and strengthens, not replaces the role of RAMI in several statutory areas. With respect to the New Works, they are not currently playing a role in the execution of the project. The contractor is responsible for the construction, and the independent project management firm is responsible for the oversight and the contract administration and ensuring compliance with FIDIC standards. What budget post is being used for the project? The marketplace project is financed through the capital expenditure budget post 8340-1106 and 8210-1121. Sorry,
1108.
it's 1108. I said 8340-1108 and 8210-1121. Okay.
1106.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting a little tired. Sorry. Sorry, Madam Chair Lady. When are we going to start and when are we are projected to finish? The project started is immediately upon the issuance of the updated building permit, which is now in its final stage of internal review. Once the permit is issued, the contract will begin full execution without delay. The construction period is 216 days, which is approximately 31 weeks. So once the works begins, we are looking at just over 7 months of construction time. Nothing was done since the groundbreaking. Clarity on why there are two-story buildings. The concept of the two-story building was introduced by New Works after the groundbreaking. That was not discussed prior. The introduction of that concept contributed to delays as it required additional discussions and assessment to determine its feasibility. Ultimately, we proceeded with the most recent single-story design, which was made in consultation with the co-financiers. This design best meets the needs of the vendors and flow of the visitors and the operational requirements of Marketplace. Where is the government with respect to the relief for the vendors? The Minister of Finance and I have discussed the respective possibilities in regards to the relief. And as mentioned during my presentation, the relief to the vendors will come in various stages. However, to start, the exemption of their vending fee for the duration of this project is what will be waived. Next questions, approximately 10 of them posed by MP Irion. Is the Ministry of RAMI out of the project now? No. Same question as posed before. The Ministry of RAMI remains an integral part of the project. RAMI continues to exercise its statutory and regulatory responsibilities, including the issuance of building and civil works permits, technical reviews, and inspections through its respective department. These are legal functions that cannot be transferred and remain firmly within RAMI's mandate. And the project itself is being executed with a coordinated interministerial involvement where TIAT leads on execution and RAMI fulfills its regulatory technical oversight role. Did the Ministry of RAMI approve that the project manager will take over their responsibility? No, at no point were the RAMI's responsibility transferred or replaced. The independent project management firm was engaged to provide FIDIC contract administration, technical supervision, and day-to-day project oversight functions that are distinct from RAMI's statutory duties. This is standard international practice under design and build contracts, particularly under the FIDIC Yellow Book, where the employer appoints qualified professionals to manage contract execution, certified works, and administrative variation. So RAMI continues to process the permits, provide technical input where required, and conduct inspections and enforcement. The project manager complements, not replaces, RAMI by ensuring that the contract is executed in accordance with the international standards and contract obligations. The engagement followed the proper governance decision-making process and was supported by the Council of Ministers level, ensuring full institutional alignment. Is the Ministry of RAMI in agreement with the feedback of the project manager? Yes, the findings and recommendations of the project management firm were subject to internal review, including legal, technical, and administrative assessment. Following this process, the matter was presented to the Council of Ministers, which approved the continuation of the project with the existing contractor. This decision reflects collective government approval and confirms alignment across all relevant ministries, including RAMI. Given the bill of quantities has changed, does the minister acknowledge that the economic basis of the original tender has been altered and that other bidders may have priced the project differently, and had the revised design and quantities been known at the tender stage? No. The fundamental economic basis of the tender has not been altered. This project was procured under the design and build model, where bidders price works with the understanding that the design will be further developed after award. Quantities may evolve, and adjustments will be managed through contractual mechanism. The increase in cost is driven by expanded scope, increased quantities, design improvement required to meet operational safety and co-financier standards, and importantly, the original unit rates remain consistent. There has been no repricing of the contract. The distinction is critical. The contract's pricing's structure remains intact. Only the scope has evolved within the framework allowed to the contract. Therefore, this does not constitute a retendering scenario. Does the minister agree that insisting on a revised design and revised bill of quantities at the original contract price would amount to an unlawful reallocation of risk and de facto contract amendment that could expose government to claims, arbitration, or audit findings? If not, what legal basis is this position maintained? Under the FIDIC and the contractor, the contractor is entitled to an equitable adjustment of price and time when variations are instructed. Attempting to impose additional scope without the corresponding adjustment would be inconsistent with the contract. The ministry followed the correct contractual procedure by processing the changes through the variation and mechanism. The premise of this question does not reflect the action taken by government. At no point did government insist that the additional scope or revised design to be executed at the original contract price. That would not indeed be inconsistent with the contractual framework, and it is precisely why that approach was not taken. Instead, the government acted in full accordance with the provision of the FIDIC Yellow Book, which clearly outlines how changes to scopes are to be managed. All adjustments arising from design improvements and expanded scope were processed through the established variation mechanism, ensuring that the contractor's rights are respected, the contract remains legally sound, and the government is protected from claims or dispute. This is not a case of risk being shifted improperly. It is a case of the contract being applied exactly as it was designed to function. The approach taken safeguards both the legal integrity of the project and the financial interests of the country. Can the minister explain, with reference to specific clauses of the FIDIC Yellow Book, how a material change in the design after the contract was awarded is legally permissible without triggering a new procedure process, particularly where such changes were not part of the original? Under the FIDIC Yellow Book, the legal framework for managing design development and changes is clearly established. Specifically, Clause 13, variations and adjustments, allows the employer, government, to instruct changes to the design, qualities, and characteristics of the works after contract awarded. Clause 5, design, confirms that under a design and build contract, the contractor is responsible for the completing and finalizing of the design following award based on the employer's requirement. This means that the design evaluation is not an exception. It is an inherent feature of this type of contract. A new procurement process is only required if changes are fundamentally alter the nature of the purpose of the project or extend beyond the general scope of what was originally intended. In other words, if I decided I'm not creating a marketplace today, I'm going to build a hospital there, then that's the major change. It remained within the same scope, and that threshold has not been crossed in this case. So the project remains a marketplace development, and the adjustment related to the quality improvements, operational functionality, the safety, and the compliant elements that fall squarely within the permissible scope of the variation under Clause 13. So this position has been validated through independent technical and contractual review by the project management firm, which confirm that the instructed changes are compliant with the contract and do not trigger the need for retendering. And legal advice was already done as well, yes. Where is the rest of the money coming from? From the new amount, who is paying for it? As outlined in the presentation, The government has already increased its financial contribution to ensure that phase 1 can begin. For the remaining amount required for phase 2, we continue to work closely with the co-financiers, and through those discussions, we are identified a funding mechanism to support the enhancement of the phase. And at that stage, the focus is on securing the most responsible and sustainable financial secure for the phase 2. So what criteria is the ministry using to determine whether the current design of and bill of quantity changes are non-material variations allowed under FIDIC versus material scope changes that would legally require retendering? The ministry applies the established principles under the FIDIC Yellow Book, supported by the technical and contractual advice from a qualified professional, including those engaged by the co-financier partners. The key criteria applied are continuity of purpose, whether the project remains within the original function and operational intent defined in the employee's requirements, scope integrity, whether the works remain within the general scope of the original contract and do not introduce a fundamentally different project, contractual consistency, whether the contract's obligations remain aligned with a design and build framework, and contract administrative tests, whether the changes can be properly instructed, measured, and compensated through the established variation mechanism. These are the international recognized thresholds used to distinguish permissible variation from material scope changes that would require procurement. Based on these criteria and following the technical validation, it was confirmed that the current adjustment qualified as variation do not meet the threshold for retendering. Can the minister confirm whether a formal legal or procurement opinion was obtained on this specific point regarding the design changes? And if so, by whom was it provided? Yes, the ministry followed the standard government process to ensure full compliance, and this included the internal legal and technical review through the Legal Government Advisory Channel, assessment by qualified project professionals responsible for contract administration and technical oversight. In addition, an independent legal review was obtained to further validate the position. So both the internal advisory process and the independent legal assessment reached the same conclusion, that the design developments and associated adjustments fall within the variation provisions of the FIDIC Yellow Book and do not trigger a requirement for retendering. This layered review approach ensures that the decisions taken are not only contractually sound, but also defensible from a legal and procurement standpoint. I need a sip. Next, I have questions posed by MP E.J, a little under 10. When will the project start? The project will start immediately upon the issuance of the updated building permit, which is now in its final stage for review. How many changes in the design from day one to now? The project has undergone multiple design iterations since the marketplace was destroyed by Hurricane A.M.R, spanning several years in different administrations. Rather than a single continuous design, the project evolved through a number of conceptions between 2018 and today, reflecting changes, technical assessment, and budget consideration and project requirements over time. What is important is that this current government inherited this history and has taken the necessary step to bring the project to a final, coordinated, and billable design. The design is now being executed and has been technically reviewed and validated, aligned with operational and safety requirements, confirmed by co-financiers, engineers team, and the independent project management firm. And this marks the transition from years of revisions to design that is ready for implementation and delivery. What design are we getting? What design does the minister have a building permit for? The design that will be constructed is the same design that was presented to Parliament under this agenda point. With respect to the building permit department has already completed this technical review of the revised design from a construction compliance standpoint, and review was positive. The only remaining step is the finalization of internal fire safety advice, which required specific adjustments by the architect, and those adjustments are currently being completed, after which the permit process will be finalized. Is it based on the solid roof structure or based on the design showed in the presentation? It is based on the design presented to Parliament, which includes a full structural solution as outlined. There is no distinction between the two. The presentation reflects the final coordinated design that will be executed. What is the cost related to inflation due to the delay? As part of the original bill of quantities, the contractor has included a provisional allowance related to delay start costs. However, following the engagement of the independent project management firm and detailed contractual and technical review was conducted of the basis for such a claim. That review concluded that there were no sufficient contractual grounds to support a claim for delay-related inflation costs against government. So following this assessment and the subsequent discussion, the contractor formally withdrew that claim. So who is paying for the extra 1.6 million additional, and for which design? The additional costs related to the design represented to Parliament, which has been technically validated by the co-financier's engineering team and the independent project management firm. Government has committed the necessary funding to ensure that phase 1 can proceed, allowing the project to move forward without delay. For the remaining scope of phase 2, government has been working in coordination with the co-financiers to establish a structured funding to enhance the project. Who confirmed the bill of quantity is fair and reasonable, and where in the law says that if it is fair and reasonable, you don't have to retender? The revised bill of quantities was subject to a detailed technical commercial review by the independent project management firm. Their assessment confirmed that the quantities aligned with the validated design. The pricing remains consistent with the original contract rates. The overall bill of quantities is market aligned and technically sound. With respect to the legal question, the requirement to retender is not determined by whether the bill of quantity is fair and reasonable. It is determined by whether the changes fall within the scope of the existing contract and can be lawfully managed under the contract's provision. In this case, both internal and independent legal assessment confirm that the adjustments fall within the variation provision of the FIDIC Yellow Book, which governs the designs of the bill contract. As such, there is no legal requirement to retender, as the contract itself provides the mechanism to manage these changes. Next questions posed by MP Lewis. When are we going to see the execution of this project? Execution of the project is already transitioning into its active phase. Preparatory works is on site, and I mentioned it before in the other answers, provided once the building permit is finalized. What was the technical issue with the design that had been addressed? The original tender design did not adequately address several key functions and operational requirements. These included insufficient bathroom facilities for the expected volume of users, limited accessibility for persons with disability, ventilation concern affecting comfort and usability, gaps in overall layout efficiency for the vendors and visitor flow. In addition, the design required further refinement to meet the technical standards and expectations of the co-financiers, who provided detailed engineering input during their review. It is important to clarify that these were not structured defects, but rather functional and quality gaps that needed to be addressed to ensure that the marketplace meets modern standard and delivers a proper user experience. And these matters were resolved through coordinated technical workshops involving the ministry's co-financiers and project management firm and contractors, resulting in the final design presented in Parliament. When was the technical problem completed? These designs were completed and approved by both financiers in October 2025. The design refinement process was completed in October 2025, at which point that the The revised design was finalized and validated by the co-financiers and the project management team, and from that stage, the project moved into permitting and execution preparation phase. Why was all these announcement improvements? Why with all these announcement improvements, and why the continued delays? The improvements that were announced were the direct result of a necessary and thorough review process involving both government and co-financiers. That process identified several critical gaps in the original design, including adequate bathroom facilities. Inadequate. It identified inadequate. Included inadequate bathroom facilities, insufficient accessibility for persons, disabilities, and ventilation, as mentioned before. And addressing these issues required proper design and coordination. So revised drawings and formal review by the building permit department, and these are standards. These are standard but essential steps to ensure that the final product is safe, compliant, and fit for purpose. Importantly, these were not structural defects, but functional and operational deficiencies that could not be overlooked. So taking the time to correct them now avoids long-term problems and additional costs later. So at this stage, the project has moved beyond the design. Site preparation works are already underway, and once the building permit is again approved, the contract will proceed with full execution. Who will cover the cost for these 220 volt? The electrical installation, including the required 2020 volt infrastructure, are fully incorporated within the scope of the construction contract. As such, these costs are already accounted for within the budget. Will each vendor get its own connection with GB? Yes, the design provides for each vendor unit to have its own individual connection and meter with GB. The electrical infrastructure has been specifically designed to accommodate this. During the initial operational phase, government intends to temporarily cover electricity costs as a form of support to vendors as they transition into the new facility. Following this period, vendors will assume responsibility for their individual utility usage, similarly to any other commercial establishment. Additionally, we are actively exploring funding opportunities for the installation of the solar panels, and this aligns with the broader policy direction towards more sustainable energy sustainable energy efficient government infrastructure. What is the minister's plan regarding the rent for these units? Will it be increased to compensate for the improvement? During our engagement with the vendors, we are transparent that the new facility will require structural management and ongoing maintenance to preserve its quality and attractiveness. This is essential not only for public standards, but also for ensuring that the marketplace remains viable and competitive, a competitive commercial space. At this stage, a full operational framework covering management, maintenance, and associated costs is still being finalized. Any decision regarding the rent or fees will be made in consultation with the vendors. The objective is clear: to strike a balanced approach that ensures affordability for vendors while also guaranteeing that the facility is properly maintained over the long term. A sustainable model is critical to avoid deterioration and to protect the investments made in the project. Questions posed by MP LaBega. A little under 5. Why was the soil test requested at the groundbreaking, and why was it this late? What was the financial implications, and what impact, and did it impact the timeline? The request for a soil test was made by the Department of New Works at the time of the groundbreaking and unexpectedly and without prior indication. That late request created a significant disruption in the process. It then took several months for the Department of New Works to prepare the documentation required to commission the soil investigation. And during that period, the concept of potential multi-story structure was also introduced. But both developments had a considerable impact on the project timeline. Once the soil test was completed, the results indicated that accommodating a multi-story structure would mean required piling, which is subsequently more expensive foundation system. That option was not financially feasible, and the project therefore proceeded with the validated single-story design. Following this period of delay, the Ministry of TIAD assumed full control of the project. A dedicated project manager was engaged to strengthen structure, oversight, and technical coordination. Additionally, co-financiers were formally integrated into the design review process to ensure alignment in all requirements, standards, and expectations from the onset. So this approach has provided clarity and positioned the project to move forward in a more structural and controlled manner. Was the bathrooms, etc., like the expansions are added, and why were they added? Yes, several key elements, including adequate bathroom facilities, proper wheelchair assessment, and improved ventilations had to be incorporated during this review process because they were not sufficiently addressed in the earlier design. So when the co-financiers reviewed the initial drawings, it became clear that the facility as designed, did not meet modern standards for functionality and accessibility or overall visitor comfort. So the designs also fell short of the requirements expected by the co-financiers for facility intended to safely accommodate high visitor traffic. And these additions were therefore not extras, but necessary corrections to ensure that the marketplace properly serves vendors, visitors, and persons with disabilities while meeting the standards expected for a project of this importance. Why was the Yellow Book used in this particular case? The decision to use the FIDIC Yellow Book was taken prior to this administration, so we cannot speak to the rationale at this time. However, we can clarify its purpose and why it's widely applied internationally for design and build projects. The Yellow FIDIC Book is a standard FIDIC contract for design and build, where the contract is responsible for both the design and the construction. A key feature and one of the main reasons for its global use is that it provides a clear contractual framework to accommodate design and development development even after the contract has been awarded. This is essential in design and build projects and where designs are refined through technical reviews, stakeholder input, and compliance requirement. So the essential of the Yellow Book is to ensure that the contract delivers a complete building and design, buildable design. The project manager independently verifies compliance. Adjustments and refinements are managed through formal variation provisions. Timelines and costs are handled transparently, and government is protected from uncontrollable changes and cost escalations. And in summary, the Yellow Book provides structure, accountability, and flexibility, and it recognizes that design development continues beyond contract signing and offers a fair and internationally accepted mechanism to manage that process responsibly. Does the change fall under the clause within the Yellow FIDIC Book? Yes. The adjustments made to the design fall directly under Clause 13 of the FIDIC Yellow Book, which governs variation and adjustments. And this clause is a central component of the contract and exists specifically because in design and build arrangements, the design evolves after contract is awarded. Clause 13, as mentioned before, allows for the employer to instruct changes, and in this case, the required improvements such as the adequate bathroom facilities, accessibilities, ventilations, and so on, were addressed through Clause 13 variation and in full accordance with the contract. Then I have a question posed by MP Kotai. What is the vendor's feedback, and are you in contact with them? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the feedback from the vendors has been extremely positive. They have expressed strong appreciation for the updated design and the careful consideration made to improve the overall functionality of the marketplace, particularly the enhancement in accessibility, ventilation, and the layout that supported better customer flow. Vendors have indicated that they are pleased with the direction of the project and recognize the value of having a modern, well-designed facility that will enhance both their operation and their visitor experience. At the same time, they are understandably eager to see that the project is completed as soon as possible and are looking forward to returning in an improved marketplace environment. We remain in active contact with the vendors and continue to keep them informed as project progresses. Next question posed by MP Myers. What is the projected starting date? And once started, what is the completion date? Projected starting date is immediately upon the issuance of the updated building permit, which is currently in the final stage. And the construction period is set for 216 days, approximately 31 weeks, and this places the completion timeline in just over 7 months from the start of works. MP Janssen, vendors have no clue what is coming if the ministers have the opportunity to speak to them. Yes, the ministry has already engaged directly with the vendors. Our formal meeting was held, and with an attendance list confirming that the vast majority of the vendors were present. And during this session, the updated design were presented in detail along with a full status on the updated, on the update of the project. So the feedback received was very positive, as mentioned before, and vendors expressed strong appreciation for the improvement. Then MP Otley, start and finish date. When is it starting? When is it finishing? Start is immediately upon the issuance of the building permit, which is in the final stage. Again, in the next, hopefully, once it's started, it's going to take about 7 months to commence. Then I have 7 months to finalize. Then I have questions posed by MP Roseberg. Provide some details within your timeline. Why continuing with not possible for the commencement of June 1, 2024? So while the contract had been awarded, a building permit issued, and funds transferred by the co-financiers of Port St. Martin under the previous administration, and a critical step remained outstanding. Formal authorization to utilize those funds had not yet been granted. Without that approval, the project could not legally or practically commence. So in addition, once the co-financiers' technical team reviewed the submitted drawings, several design shortcomings were identified. As a result, the design required further refinement and formal approval before the co-financiers could authorize the release and use of the financing. In particular terms, this meant that although key elements appeared to be in place, the project was not in a position to proceed. The necessary financial and technical approvals were still pending, and those had to be resolved before any responsible commencement could take place. So curious to see why the opposition in this regard was not starting and why it didn't start during their term. Through you, Madam Chair, Lady MP, I believe that you are referring to the earlier public statements indicating that the Marketplace project had been approved, including communications issued in March 2024. However, upon assuming office in May 2024, it became clear that the project was not in a position to commence for the reasons already outlined. To reiterate, despite the existence of the contract permit and the transferred funds, the co-financiers had not yet approved the use of those funds for the design as it stood at that time. That approval was a necessary condition for moving forward. So going forward, my focus remains on ensuring that the communication around a project of this scale is clear, complete, and reflects the full status of both the technical readiness and the financial authorization. And this is essential not only for transparency, but also for maintaining public confidence and ensuring that the project is delivered responsibly and without unnecessary risk. Then questions posed by MP La Cruz. When was the old marketplace broken down? The old marketplace was destroyed during the passing of A.M.R. and was, that's, we mean completely. Oh, okay. So did the previous minister approve the approval, to approve the approval of the co-financiers for the design? There was no formal approval from the co-financiers for the previous design. And finally, Madam Chair, Lady La Cruz asked whether it is acceptable for Parliament to wait 1 year for a meeting that was called. Madam Chair, Lady, through you, I'd like to thank that MP for that question, because I'd like to place a few important points into perspective for the people of St. Martin. And as the saying goes, consistency matters in public accountability. First, the meeting in question is a public meeting with 3 unrelated agenda points: the trade development, the Soul Beach Festival one, and the Swaliga Marketplace project, each requiring different levels of preparations, data, and stakeholder input. From the onset, I remained in consistent communication with members that asked the question, who requested a meeting, including informing them that I had commissioned, the SED to conduct the economic impact study. I even, at a point in time, assumed that the SED was ready in November, sent a letter saying that I was coming in November, and then I sent another letter stating that, nope, it's not ready yet, and I still need to wait. And it was always my intention to return to Parliament with complete and substantiated information rather than partial updates. So additionally, there were ongoing discussions with members of Parliament regarding restructuring the sequencing itself. Those were some of the letters I sent out. So it is important to understand that the timing was not unilateral, but influenced by the scope of what was being requested and the need to provide meaningful data-driven responses. So, Madam Chair, Lady, I also want to be clear that I do not shy away from Parliament. I serve in the House of Parliament for 4 years, so I fully understand the responsibility and accountability for the people of St. Martin, but it is how this meeting was put together, and I had to wait for certain information to come to Parliament. So for that, I yield and look forward to any clarifications the members of Parliament may have on this third agenda point of this OVA.
Minister, I want to thank you for your answers now on this third agenda point of the meeting, and I look to see if there's any need for clarifications. I don't see that being the case. And then the members of Parliament, I would now want to go back to agenda point number 1 and ask the members, especially those who have spoken, of course, if you have the need for a second round. But before I continue with my question and a statement in this respect, I will adjourn for 5 minutes. This meeting is adjourned just for 5 minutes.
We're here waiting in the meeting to request it a year ago. I guess there's no need for round two.
Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after a brief adjournment, prior to which we went through the 3 agenda points for the Minister of TIAT, and we were at the stage where questions were posed, answers were given, clarifications were asked, and clarifications provided. I would now want to go back to the first agenda point and ask the members who have spoken whether they have the need, they feel the need for a round 2 on the individual agenda points. Before any answers, I want the members of Parliament to consider, also given the fact that, as indicated by members of Parliament and the Minister, that this particular request goes back to March 26 of 2025. And thus, I would want the members to consider, rather than prolonging these agenda points, to consider asking for a new meeting on a more updated, even these same agenda points, but at least updating the request, updating the questions, et cetera, et cetera. But that is just for consideration, with due respect for the members' right to ask for meetings, 1, and to ask questions. So I go back to agenda point number 1 and ask, is there the need for a second round on the agenda point regarding the U.S. China and related countries trade war and its broader economic implications? I see MP Irion has a question regarding my request. MP Irion, you may respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In discussing with my colleague, MP York, one of the concerns are, as you mentioned, this meeting was called a year ago. So yes, I could appreciate the fact about calling a new meeting, but not to have a meeting in 2027, when we may have another war with another country at a point in time. So if you know, that's life. We might be seeing different wars. So, Madam Chair, if we happen to agree to this and we call this new meeting, what we would like is some type of commitment to the meeting being handled in the next couple of weeks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irion, and that is a fair enough request. And what I can indicate to you that I will play my part in discussion with the minister, or if it's another minister on these agenda points or other agenda points, that indeed we can have the meeting as soon as possible. The Minister of TIAT is here, and I am sure she will cooperate if a new agenda point related to these are not more updated, if such a meeting is asked for. So I just want to confirm, so that's agenda point number 1, for which we will not have a second round, and then basically consider that agenda point in this meeting closed. The same question regards agenda point number 2. Agenda point number 2 is the role of large-scale events such as Soul Beach Music Festival in boosting tourism and business growth. Members of Parliament, can we establish a similar line where this is concerned, namely we close off this meeting, this agenda point, considering no need for a second round, and if necessary, on this or related topic, an updated request for a meeting can be sent, and we try to hold that as quick as possible. I see no objection to that, so no. MP York has a statement. MP York himself looks surprised when you mentioned he had a statement, but I will allow him. If you do have MP York, please. You want to have MP York, you have questions on this agenda point for the second round. May I ask, because that is for my timing of the meeting here, how many questions do you have? The usual. What is the usual, MP York?
Madam Chair, if you're...
MP York?
Thank you for your the indulgence, Madam Chair.
Madam
Chair, if the question is to find out whether we can do the second round today and rush it off, I think the answer will be no, because I have a lot of questions.
MP York, that was not my question.
I have a lot of questions, Madam Chair.
I asked the meeting whether there is the need, I didn't say time, I didn't say rushing, I asked whether there is the need for a second round, and then I shall determine if the need is there when the second round will be scheduled, and it probably will not be tonight. Yes, but I continue. So I understand there is the need, there will be a second round on agenda point number 2, the Soul Beach matter and related items. I'll park that there for a moment. I thank you for your point, MP York. You want a second round, you have more questions. I take note of that. I go over to agenda point number 3, and I ask the same question once again. The members who have spoken, do you have the need for a round 2 on the matter of the prolonged delay in the construction of the vendor marketplace, initially set to begin in August 2024, and its impact on small businesses? Given the answers provided by the minister, can we close off this topic, or do members have the need for a second round? MP Irion, you have a point with respect to my question. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would propose to close off this meeting if, again, we could get commitment from the Minister of TIAT and the Minister of Rummy. The faction of the National Alliance has sent questions to the Minister of TIAT and the Minister of Rummy, I believe already weeks ago, regarding the marketplace and the construction. So if we could at least get a commitment to that, or at least get a follow-up saying, hey, we did not answer as yet, then we can close this off.
Thank you.
I will let a commitment before we leave.
Thank you for that notification. I will make the commitment on things that I can commit. I will follow up on the questions that you have. I see you pointing to the minister. I am sure the minister will check to see whatever questions. It's being confirmed. There are questions in writing. Is this what we are referring to with the minister? Minister, you give me 1 minute, and then I'll allow you to respond to it. But yes, MP Irion, if that is the case, then I just want to get to the point. Then we close off this topic in this meeting as well. And I'll allow if there's no objection from others with respect to closing off agenda point number 3. But I'll allow the minister to respond to the matter raised by MP Irion. Apparently, there are questions outstanding on this topic and for the VROMI minister.
Yes.
Minister Grisha Heilige-Martin, you may respond to the matter raised by the MP.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair Lady. We did respond to the questions. I'm not sure if the MPs received it. So my portion of the questions were answered on the same day of the meeting. I did submitted the answers to those questions, those letters. But the Minister of VROMI, sorry, to you, Madam Chair Lady. Sorry, I'm looking at the MP. I'm sorry about that. I should know better. But the questions posed to the Minister of VROMI, Minister of VROMI was waiting for a legal information background, which from what I know for a fact, he received it. So I will then follow up with the Minister of VROMI to make sure that that letter is also sent to Parliament as well. But my portion of the questions were answered and submitted on the day I came to Parliament to answer the questions. So I'm not sure what happened there, but mine are there, but I'll follow up with the Minister of VROMI to make sure that he responds to his.
Thank you much, Minister, for that commitment in terms of following up with the Minister of VROMI. And that would mean that we could consider agenda point number 3 in this meeting as closed, and that would mean that this meeting is adjourned only for point number 2 to give the members who wish to do so the opportunity to continue the questioning in round number 2. And with that understanding, I want to thank the members of Parliament. I want to thank the Minister and her support staff. I want to thank Parliament support staff, and I hereby adjourn this meeting to continue on point number 2 of this meeting at a date in the future. This meeting of Parliament is hereby adjourned.